Wow, you did.
Started the wrong version of Map Tools.
Wow. And we are live with that comment. Like we are live on Twitch. And the recording is going to, just in case something messes up at one time. I wonder actually how much these files take up on my hard drive at this point. Don't know for that much, but
Probably worth checking. Like, recordings can get pretty hefty. Although Map Tools, I mean, it
it's
doesn't move
mostly a
that
still
much.
image. Yeah.
Yeah. Could probably like.
Does that matter for the recording though?
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
More
for
movement,
sure.
huh? Wouldn't have thought.
I mean, I'm not sure which format Map Tools use by default,
Oh
but
boy.
in general, video formats are very smart.
Currently, I have 62 gigabyte worth of recordings.
All right,
It's
yeah,
actually more than I thought.
maybe that's just raw video files then.
It appears to be just raw video.
But I can assure you, if you take one of those 4-hour Map Tools videos and actually compress it into a compressed format, they're going to be tiny.
Sure. Hello, Bat. Let me know if anyone's voice is bad or. I guess bad is not the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. I was like, ooh.
This has a volume that is off key.
Let me know whose voice you like the least.
Vote.
And I will
I
mute
don't-
that person.
I don't feel confident in that. I don't want to abstain.
Your kids' daylight saving time ends on Halloween around the 31st, right?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Daylight saving.
trust
Well,
my
I'm going to
computer.
need to know that.
Yes, that is a true thing that happens.
Okay.
Let's see here. Well, maybe I shouldn't search for it in English because then I get the US one. I believe there's usually week.
Yes, there's usually a week from hell. Or two. I don't know.
Is that what they call it over there? The week from hell.
I wish it was.
You wish it was the week from hell?
I mean, that's a dope name at least.
It'd be better than what's happening currently.
You know, I think it's just not a problem for a lot of people. Danish people who are not interacting with people from
it's
the
Halloween.
US.
It's Halloween.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Will
will
that be a problem?
No, that's no different than all the other times I have played with you Europeans, and your daylight saving time has been different than mine. Grimace will handle the calculations himself. I don't expect it to be a problem.
Yeah, remembering that that's a thing that exists.
Yeah, I'm just like, when is Halloween? Like,
oh, Halloween's the 31st.
This 31st?
Yeah. You didn't know.
Shit.
What 31st is you?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's been moved to November this year.
Yeah, you know. Hey,
September 31st,
COVID.
wink. November 31st, other wink.
November doesn't have a 31st.
Yeah.
It would have to be
Oh,
December.
Exactly.
30 days have September, April, June, and November.
I may be a tad quieter. You know what? I'm always too quiet. I don't want to turn my boost up though, because it makes the quality worse.
You can just turn all of us down.
Yeah, that is usually the solution, isn't it? Then just the overall audio
Do a
is
lot
gonna
of
be a little
things.
quieter. We'll see if that helps. I usually try not to overshadow you all. And I don't like when OBS shows me that I peek into the red. Well, that's usually not a problem, actually, with this microphone. Compared to the old one.
I will not be in a place with a computer or internet next Friday. So I will not be attending.
Sure. Just put that in a message on the Second Coast and I'll remember it. We'll tack it there. Good. Thinking about, I have There's a couple small changes to the world map here, but probably nothing too substantial, really. You know, all my news is
I just
piling up
imagine
at the other
our-
end of what's currently happening. So.
Oh, okay. I just imagine our icons like gone. Like,
Yeah.
not too
Meta
much,
Guy's
really.
like,
Oh.
we haven't finished a year, so I just
Mm.
have to keep more
Just-
news keeps happening.
You
Just
know, once we get to the end of 5th edition, maybe then we can I can.
I don't think with the way this campaign keeps accelerating in consequences, Manikai, that we're making it.
No, probably not. We don't know when that is either.
Mm-hmm.
Though any time where adventure paths begin happening is sort of weird, because history is sort of these long periods of time where a thing happens here, a queen dies, another one ascends, you know. And then suddenly it becomes player time, and there's just world-ending event after world-ending event every single year for like 12 years, and then an edition ends and stuff sort of calms down. It's, you know, sort of the cycle of things. But that's just how it is in the realms, I guess. Big things happen at the same time.
When shit burns, it burns a lot.
You can sort of justify it, you know. It's sort of when a good, strong, stabilizing force is diminished, then a lot of bad things begin happening. So typically, it's the good people who sort of are the main powers of Faerun, and in this era, that's not really true. Fourth edition era is different in that the Shadowvar is sort of one of the main forces, power, and Thay for that matter, making a lot of room for improvements.
Yeah, it's not hard. Even the dragons sometimes are like, man, these guys suck.
Well, bad guys don't like other bad guys usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I bought. I found a Monster Energy that is mango flavored, and I was like, I want that. And now I see that it's called Ultra Fiesta, and there's like the description is like English with Spanish words mixed in, and I'm like, I don't like it.
Wait. An energy drink called Fiesta? Isn't that exactly the opposite of what you drink?
You know, and it's got like the Day of the Dead art on it, which is cool and all, but no, why the broken?
Wait, I think I'm confusing Fiesta and Siesta. I'm not good at Spanish, as it turns out.
Yeah.
There is a difference there.
Harry would know.
Yeah, I took 3 years of Spanish, and that's the extent of it.
Yeah. Okay, the siesta is the nap. I was like, wait a minute, an energy drink for siesta?
Yeah.
What?
It's really tasty, then you fall asleep. And then when you have slept, you know, you will be energized. So,
Yeah.
I mean, no.
I do like naps.
Me too.
So, now that we know that you're all full of energy, maybe someone is feeling energized enough for a recap.
Bet you
Look
can,
at that
Aaron.
thing.
Oh, you have it too?
No, the internet
No.
does.
Wow.
Mine is like it's in the same vein, but it's not colorized. It's just like silver
Okay.
paint on it, but it's pretty close. Yeah.
I did try the one that Kronos just linked once, and I didn't like it.
The mango loco.
Didn't really
Oh,
taste
guys-
like mango. It
You
tasted
guys
super
already have
artificial.
a mango one. What in the world? Well, it's news over here. I wonder why they called it something different.
Maybe it's like
Maybe they had a Danish focus group and realized that you don't like color.
this is Scandinavia. Everything's black and white.
Yeah.
Those focus groups are important. My Spanish 3 teacher, who is from Spain, as I veer away from the idea of doing a recap, I did it last week anyway, told us how the Chevy had released a vehicle in Spain called the Nova, and it sold terribly. No one wanted to buy it because Nova translates into no go. The car doesn't work. Why the hell would anyone buy a vehicle? It doesn't work. Stupid.
That's good.
Oh, yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah, someone should probably have told them that.
Like a Spanish focus group.
you know, or yeah. I can do a recap, I think.
Good. Go for it.
Yeah. Last time we continued the effort to try and build ritual sites to limit the power of the infamous Death King, also dead, in Thunderhome. And they are dealing with a bit of a vampire problem, it seems. And during the session, the Lignus Company took some pretty heavy damage, like actual permanent damage to the company, after expending power and the Death King then striking. The dragons meet the Chosen of Samyana again at the highest mountain, and he tells us that the Death King has been working on another phylactery, or the phylactery solution. He already has one, and he wanted another one. Great. It'll be even harder to kill him. Yeah. He, the Chosen of Samyana, gets put down again. And a new ritual site is established by the old dam? What is it called?
Damn.
Yeah. Held mainly by the Emerald Enclave, fighting off undead Emissary Lidfir herself, helping. And that ends up with the Death King showing up, being like, what the hell's going on? Why are all my people dying again or being put down? And yeah, a confrontation with the dragon occurs. He ends up retreating, and that's when we end it.
Missed the
It's a
point
lot of
where the
combat.
Dragon Fane permanently lost a point of territory as the Undead Stone Giant's forces are pressing to the northwest to devour him.
They took the mine.
They did. They just
Also-
cursed, like, literally.
Also, viewers, we can't do that again against the Undead Stone Giant. Eri broke the rules with her feet. We literally violated the rules of Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition.
Yes, I think that is the conclusion. As the rules are, any feat or skill can only apply the same effect can only be applied once to a creature,
And,
which I was not aware of.
and
but now I
both
am.
Sheep and I
so-
assumed that the feat had an exception.
Yeah.
It was not the time to check. I think lore-wise, I mean, I really like the idea of inscribing the runes of sealing upon his body. I thought that was a cool way to flavor it. So maybe that is what happened. Though it
There we
won't
go.
work
He
in
was
the same way.
surprised.
Maybe something
Yeah.
could be maybe something like it could be done, right? An inscription upon the giant tomb.
Yeah, hold still, Archlich.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
knocked him
we should do
unconscious, as
that.
it were.
Give us a way to do that. Now you're conscious. Let me war paint this guy into fucking
Yeah.
the ritual equivalent of drawing a mustache. No, yeah, that is yeah, that sucks.
Which also means that a combat that was heavily weighted in our favor thanks to that oversight, that was still incredibly difficult, despite us even being reasonably, well, I wouldn't say well prepared, but we had resistance potions. That was still difficult, despite him being outside his proper area of influence. I think Menekai did explicit mention he would be more powerful if he was closer to his seat of power and whatnot.
What I
And-
said was he didn't bring his magical artifact crown because that
Yeah.
happens to also be his phylactery, which means he doesn't take it out of his house. Because then
Yeah.
that would be very dumb of him. So if you assaulted him at his house, there would be no reason not to have it.
Yeah, so he was. So Giant was on the surface, alone, and suffering a double-digit attack roll and defense penalty for over half that combat. And we
Yep.
had all of our dailies really at our disposal. I'm glad we understand each other, viewers.
Yeah.
Cue the silence that was. Do you want to recap last week?
All right.
Yeah.
I was very confident after the end of last session, and I have since, reversed my opinion.
Yeah.
Very confident. You
Exactly.
and I live in different worlds, man.
Exact opposite direction of the yeah.
Yeah. I will post our goals here because we have quite a few hard goals we've been working on. So far, they are reestablish the giant ritual sites, being worked on at least. Progress has been made. We're halfway there. Remove Cormier from the Dragon Coast. That seems to maybe even be happening a little bit by itself. Cormier is sort of retracting some forces north because there's a lot of threats around them. Not a lot of friends, and that is a problem.
I'm removing Cormier by inviting them to the Dragonfang.
They're not looking for more enemies at the moment.
No, they're looking for non-enemies.
Then there's learn the secrets of the tomb of Kizon Rathizar.
Yes.
Kizon Rathizar. Which is, there was a battle all the way down there. Probably not the immediate future, but it's here. It's almost done. You sort of know how to progress it. Capture Banyan is a short goal, but certainly a hard one. Not a lot of work has been done on it due to other things coming up, but Nobanian is here, and though it has not been doing much at the moment, it certainly is an active threat. There is Terraform the Golfmere Forest, Anathema to the Aberrant. It has been stated as a goal, but it is certainly a long-term project that, takes some effort and some work. You probably will see more on the faction side of things. To dragons sort of hopping into a tomb and fighting. They've permanently reduced the territory of Cairnheim. Well, Cairnheim just gained territory, so maybe taking that back will be, step in that direction.
Get in the mine.
Yeah.
So do we lose experience for accomplishing the exact opposite?
No.
No,
Good.
it was all part of the plan.
In fact, you might even say the goal is easier now because there's more accessible territory to make them lose.
Yeah.
And also higher defense rolls because they have more territory.
That's
Literally not what I would say.
Yeah, it's easier.
Yeah. Is there any goal you wish to abandon? Good with these.
Permanently reduce the territory of Cairnheim.
We established all the giant ritual sites. Yay!
New goal,
How about-
befriend.
Yeah,
How about
put
we
in a new goal.
We change the reduce the territory to do not lose more territory too.
I
Hard.
mean, you could
Shit!
abandon the goal and then see how you feel about that next time. Yeah.
Are we?
No,
Are
my
we
slots.
gonna...
I'm cool with what you two like do on that front. I don't even live there in the mountains. I didn't want this smoke.
I mean, if none of you have any
I was gonna say I don't have anything to put in its place, so.
Good. Then let's just keep them rolling. I mean, at some point something will get completed, right?
Or, if anything, another goal, if we scrap that one territory, could be obtaining willing dragons for the ritual.
Now, as it works, you would abandon a goal now, and then next
Yeah,
session.
yeah,
you would
I know. But I mean, I won't be here next week, so really.
I mean, there's some goals. Well, one of my goals specifically that I don't see as completing any in the short term future, which is to revisit that tomb. Maybe you could ditch that, but I also really still want to do that at some point. So it is still a goal. It's just would be juggling of priorities. Let's just leave things like they are. I'd say.
You feel like you've got enough to see to.
Enough is an understatement.
All right, yeah. Then we will basically pick up right where we left. There's no news because no time has passed. So yeah, the dragons have fought off and the Death King established another ritual site. Now perhaps there was some awe at his power certainly, but also maybe a sense of accomplishment, finishing off two of them. Certainly, it seems the necrotic sort of power radiating from these mountains have been somewhat pushed away from the top corner. Really, this whole side here has become somewhat defended, meaning that the side towards the Emerald Enclave, towards the Marked, and even up to the Dragon Fang appears to be protected, severely limiting the ability of Kieranheim from the Death King to personally be involved in anything that happens there. Sure, his minions can still stumble about in there, but the threat to those places are certainly manageable compared to places that are unwarded. I mean, especially given that the area over here is just like a big hole that might not be super, important.
The Death King can show up there and yell up to us.
Regarding the area in the southwest, I sort of had an idea that is not really feasible, but it could be. What if we set up most of the ritual like on an earth mode, like somewhere here, out of range, and then just pushed it into place? You wouldn't see that coming.
I had an idea that was sort of feasible, but not really. But hear me out.
Yeah, basically. The issue is, of course, that the ritual to move in Earth mode is like level 25, so it's not really feasible.
Yeah, I mean, if we could move the Earth mode, like, why not animate a castle on top of it? Like, and leave. Take a leaf of the shadow and just travel around in my own flying castle, We get some beams, some arcane ballistae. Yeah. Or Death Star, if we're... Yeah, anyway. That was a good visual, though.
So, I think the first thing is where are the dragons? Like, what's the current goings on? It seems that the current storm is stilled. The Cairnheim forces have been forced to regroup. Right, they draw out of the area you have warded, and probably regroup for another attack, perhaps north, perhaps against Thunderhome, just still unprotected, or perhaps south to vanquish the southern tribes once and for all for more manpower. That said, they're not here right now. Want a victory?
Yes. I think that after the confrontation and the initial conversation, Vercingetorix is going home because she's
Finishes
kinda hurt.
finishes the ritual and goes home.
Yeah, like I fucking. It's a lot of hours. Yeah. So go home, try and finish our rest, and maybe if we live in the continuum, try and figure out if some kind of wonky body ritual can be worked out.
But for now, it seems like she's tired. Then
She's very tired. Yes.
needs some rest. All right. Will there be any word to the other dragons before? You're all there together.
I think just like call me if there's an emergency. Like, yeah. See ya.
Looking a bit battered and bruised, perhaps.
Yeah, two healing surges. Like I can still heal, but it's not like it's not
Yeah.
pleasant.
It's certainly worse off than the other two.
Yeah, I only also have 8 only at most. So no, yeah, she's hurt. She's also tired. She's been doing magic rituals all over in between fighting. Plus, I mean, really, she lives pretty close, so
Yeah, though maybe able to sleep a little bit more soundly.
I think, yeah. Though of course, everlasting paranoia as a threat. But yeah, I think now the Fane and like the Ilford has been sort of limited access. Like the Death King will not show up here, but also there's not like I think as much of the like Iki scrying thing going on and stuff, and that's really great. My people aren't constantly bitching about headaches.
So Vercingetorix leaves, and Missouri Legion's there, like, looks inquisitively at her surroundings, asks herself, call her, there's an emergency. Fuck her! I'm not laying here. Looks around the adventurers who, like, have this place.
Yeah.
The 666 of their fences. Dust her claws off. She did her part. She had a fucking fight she didn't really want. She's out of here. She's not worn down, but she might need to have her strength again. Who knows? Maybe next time the Undead Strange Giant will have like a hat, and it's a hat given to him by the Abolithic Sovereignty. And on that hat, who fucking knows?
It's
Some
a
other
cannon.
dumb shit she's gonna get lured into. So she leaves back for the Gulfmere Forest. She tugs the influence back of the Enclave away, and she's got to figure out something else to do with the year. Call her. There's an emergency. She'll tell Valigna before she goes. If you're in immediate danger of losing the Fane, I'll return. Otherwise, I got other things to do. Bye.
Seems fair.
That leads us to Beliknith. That's the other two sort of go to their own affairs.
No bout.
Yeah, both Cicatrix and Emmy going home to rest, which they've more than deserved. Not that they need to deserve a rest. It's their right to rest when they like.
Nice save.
But Malignant has like 17 things he needs to do. Resting is somewhere among them. And I'm not sure on the priority. I think he will return to the Fane, not to his actual lair out in the safe west, where he could just ignore all the problems. And honestly, that seems like a very, very tempting thought currently. But he will stay at the Fane. There's probably still a bunch of random black dragons around, right?
Not
Or
at
at
the
least
moment,
visiting
no. With the
Not at the
current
moment.
goings on, and the fact that they should have been called up north to actually go and harass Cormyr, they haven't had time to come here. Beyond that, there's this icky feeling when they did. It was like all necrotic and death, and there was like weird words spoken to their minds, and they were like, maybe trouble is happening here. That's not our trouble.
Great.
They are generally far too cowardly to want to hang out there. Well, were anyway.
In that case, Valignant does know a bit of magic, as it turns out. There was that pair that he quite enjoyed talking to, Valnerix and Kosovo over there. He's probably going to contact Valnerix with a sending. And basically, I won't try to find the exact 25 words. He needs someone to go to Severius for him with a request. So he's gonna basically tell them to come to the Dragonfane because he needs them to act as messengers.
Are you guaranteed to hit whatever distance they're at with the ritual? That's
I believe so. I'm gonna double check.
okay.
How far would it be to roughly where he expects them to be around at?
Let's take a look here.
Like in miles.
Page 312. Yeah, now you have to do your mental conversion to my units.
About 250 miles.
Okay, that should not be difficult. Then there is a chance to fail, so I will roll.
You
It
need at
is
least a 20.
at least a 20. That's a 27. That'll do. That's 500 miles.
Yeah.
Here, you were creeped out by fuckers being in your head. Now I'm going to talk to your head.
And see, do they know this ritual? Maybe, but they can give a response. They don't necessarily know that it's not a conversation, though.
So the first one is just like, what?
No,
End of
I mean,
message.
well, Narix is the right one of those two to contact. He's sort of got a little bit more going for him than the other guy. I think he'll say, it is not a good time. I will begin to move. If you could get a cicatrix instead, tell me to stay where I am. Suggesting that, okay, he'll begin to show up, but, he's kind of doing a thing, and the cicatrix lives apparently right there, and does also serve Severius.
Ever so faithfully.
I don't care what that guy is doing anywhere. He'll show up here if he knows what's good for him.
I was gonna say, but Cicatrix is busy too. Don't forget.
Who's busy sleeping?
Hey, we're fighting an army of undead.
Yeah, I mean, that's it.
Velneric says 100% a point. Like, Resecatrix is right there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I absolutely get the logic.
He's gonna fly 250 miles.
But I think at this point, with Severus, like, even if Vindictive has, like, with Severus, like, sort of manning up and being a threat to Cormier actively, like, Resecatrix is afraid that if she goes over there, it might be hard for her to return.
Now she has to take some castle in the mountains. All right.
Like, yeah, exactly. It's hard to, like, argue, you know? Hey, Severus, I know you have this big thing going, but, like, I sort of, need to do stuff
You gave Severus
without a
a
confrontation.
great gift, and he's cutting you slack. That much is obvious.
Yeah.
Also, you live down there, which is kind of at the periphery of what he cares about. So,
Which is,
you know.
great and intentional. And there's no reason to remind him that I exist. He can continue fighting Cormier.
Basically, once you get south of like this river-ish, he considers it some sort of pointless, barbarous territory that he doesn't really concern himself with.
People walk around with sticks.
Because, of course, this is north of this river is rightful Cormerian territory. Means it's his territory.
Well, that. Uh-huh.
Which has never been true.
I was gonna say, he is a dragon. I suppose it is a lake of dragons, so,
Yeah, I mean, presumably Belneric is on his way, but he doesn't. I mean, it's a long distance to go. He's not going to show up like right away.
Yeah, I didn't expect as much, but he better make his way down here. While he is traveling, I think. Yeah, Willing is going to stay at the Fane and then rest a bit there. But thinking whether what would it be to act against the vampires in Thunderhome? Would that be like a influence-based policing or something?
Yeah, let me just open my. Basically, they've succeeded at doing an infiltration, right? So I think you would espionage against them to get them out of there.
Okay. You know what? Let's do that, because Thunderhome might very well be the next target, and also there's vampires there for some reason.
That seems likely. Definitely. Yeah, influence and treasure versus the enemy's influence and territory.
Yeah. Good news, the Dragon Fane is covered by the ritual at the dam.
Yeah.
Bad news, Thunderhome isn't.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean,
treasure.
the way to deal with Thunderhome so far was just take care of it yourselves.
Yeah, basically. But now the focus is shifting over there a bit. Influence treasure. All right. Wellinger will not be able to contribute himself. Would love to go over there and do a bit of an inquisition himself, but this is not the time.
What is it? Truth, fire, something like that.
Yeah.
All right, twos.
Trial by fire.
Right, well, let's see about their defense. Because they don't want you to do this. They would like to have this this entrance.
Only in burning people at the stake is the truth reveal.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
technically, Wellinger's fire gives all allies 10 hit points and all enemies damage.
That is a double 4 to
So-
stop you.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it's you to determine whether someone's your ally or enemy.
exactly.
yeah.
You know,
So
if-
are you my ally? And they're like, yes,
No,
of course.
that's not a question you're allowed to ask.
Nope,
You're the one
they
who decides that. It's not the world that decides that.
weren't.
You
They
can't
weren't my
bullshit
ally.
gymnastic your way out of this.
You know what? I like this enemy.
Oh no! If
Yeah,
that was like, if it
um,
was just liking them, then
Veligna's people, I suppose, that he sent, will report that there is in fact no vampire.
Right. Well,
that's taken care of.
yeah, that's solved then. I will go back to sleeping.
Yeah, never were. Never were. So he goes back to sleeping.
To waiting, to resting. Yeah.
was gonna say I would
Unfortunately,
attempt to help, but my faction
there are other
is.
creatures who do not do so so easily. Yeah, because trouble in Thunderhove is still brewing. You know what? Some words speak that there's attempts to start some sort of cult following a new divine presence.
Other than Tiamat?
You know, I mean, maybe.
That's more than.
It's, you know, let's see if they can espionage damage your sovereignty here. Double 4.
Espionage damage. What's then an influence plus territory
Yes.
to defend? Wonderful. That's a grand total of 3 dice.
Oh no.
No.
Right, you can decrease one of those and your sovereignty. As mumbling begins, and perhaps Death King earns himself a small cult of living followers. That said,
What's the cult called? Not the
knows?
Dead King?
who knows what it's called? There is no cult, in fact. People say.
Truth Seekers is what they're called.
Oh, they'll get truth, all right, if they continue to be stupid.
Yeah, that's at the Death King. The Karenheim is somewhat doesn't want to expose themselves to the brink at the moment.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to.
And so, you know, with this like little skirmishes, it's quiet for just a little bit. No obvious attempts, though it does seem like Thunderhome is a likely next expansion target. The undead.
That cannot happen.
There will be a lot of undead dwarves.
Yeah, let's look dwarfs. In 4E is an incredible race with stupid racial abilities that are
Zombies
incredible.
with
And
minor action heal.
yeah, and like they're like, oh, you want to try and move me? I get to have a save. Oh, you try to knock me prone? That won't work. I'm like, what are you talking about? No.
All right, that's it. There's lots of adventurers here, right? And they're having a grand old time.
Oh yeah, it's
Also
the same
investigating this weird surge of power, which to them seems to be, you know, this necromancer that's clearly here. Having
Yeah,
adventurers is a great way to spread the word.
Oh, you should have used the adventurers. Then you would have double 6s.
Actually, we
Ah.
should, remind me, we should re-roll that die at the beginning of the session. Let's see how 9.
I mean, it is
Well,
the same
well.
year. I didn't realize that.
You're right, Grimmer. You're absolutely right. See? It's messing with me. All right. Yeah. 10 days of peace, though. You have won. You can take yourself a long
Oh, thank God. Manaka, I have a question.
point. Yeah.
How does the murder trees? They don't. I'm guessing they don't care for dead bodies, do they? Like
No.
zombie.
No, they want like flesh and blood.
They want blood. Yeah. I mean, some of those bodies were really new.
Like if the zombies walk in amongst them, they will bash them into the ground.
No.
But
Yeah. I mean.
like they're not. They don't care.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's disappointing.
Maybe some adventurers disappear amongst those trees. That's
I mean, maybe that's okay.
yeah.
I was hoping I could feed them my zombie horde.
Valnerix will arrive at the Dragon Fane. Been flown for quite a while. Get there.
Does he arrive alone?
Yeah.
Huh. I should have specified. All right. Yeah.
He will land. It's looking about a little, you know, checking if everything's okay, but it seems fine. I mean, people are on guard and such, but that's nothing new. So, you know, as he arrives, the Cormyreans sort of come to look and see what goes on with this, because, you know, Seems to be one of those dragons that are their definite enemies.
But they're staying at the Dragon Fane.
Get to see what's up. They're not going to take
Yeah.
any action, obviously.
Well, the Fane might not show any signs of anything being immediately like necrotically wrong. It is noticeable that Belignifu's not great at keeping himself. What's the word? He's fuming a bit. Not at Venerix himself or anything in particular. Just in general, a bit tense as he'll approach him, sort of trying for a second to collect himself, but not really succeeding in that. Before he says, "Welcome, Venerix. Thank you for answering my call. I see you've arrived alone, which is surprising."
Yes, I could not possibly draw Corsavel away as well, just to receive a message. I hope it's important, as otherwise, surely you could have used the same method you used to contacting me to contact Sebrius.
I think you'll find that it would be incredibly rude to simply invade the thoughts of another.
He looks at Valigna and nods and says, "Would."
However, in your case, I don't hope that you will regret coming here. What were you and Kosovo up to?
We were leading the tribes of swamps over the Stormhorns, harassed the Cormyrian fortifications there.
Varegniv will like glance over to the Chimerians and then back. I see. It's not really a conflict I'm involved in. Yet, I suppose, one way or the other. Now, there is a development that I've decided to put into motion. I have never intended for myself to administrate the Dragon Fane for as long as I have. Therefore, I'm looking for replacements. 3 of them, to be exact. I found one already. I wanted to contact the great dragons in the area who might have an interest in the Dragon's Fane future success and have them suggest potential successors. It is no mistake or logical fallacy that I've contacted you instead of the Cicatrix.
Neris' eyes at that. He's sensing some sort of plot. I see.
My relationship with the Cicatrix is difficult. It means that she would not be a candidate for this particular job. However, as far as the Black Dragons of the North go, well, my first thought went to you, and I suppose Corsoval in a sense. I expect that you too would come as a package.
Well, Neris sort of nods and just, I do have a tendency to sway Corsoval to follow my way. Yet, you wish to ask for me to bring Sebrius this news. Surely he would come here himself.
Well, you see, here's the issue. If I were to present this opportunity to Severus directly, I'm sure he would not pick someone who is capable, but rather someone who is, first of all, loyal to him. Now, in your case, I think I'm good at reading other dragons. I think you both have, well, equal measures of loyalty to him, which of course is fine, but also you present innovation in a sense. Your cooperation with Corsoval is interesting to me. It is exactly what I'm looking for, in a sense.
Two of us
So-
can do much that one of us couldn't.
Exactly. Now I've decided to not contact Severus directly and ask him to meet me here, but rather go to you first, so that you may find a way to make sure that you're the one he either suggests or some other way for you to make sure that it is you he agrees with.
Well, actually, it just would seem to me that the best way for that to happen is to either need some sort of public reward and also conveniently be put somewhere that is out of his way. He does not appreciate those who are powerful enough that they might try to challenge him.
What do you mean by public reward?
If I do very well, he will want to give me something, to reward me in some way, to show that those who do well for him earn something. Perhaps I will have some of my horde brought out of protection.
And how would you make sure that it is you who gets that reward?
I would have to simply do better than the others, or get rid of
Could
them.
you do that?
I am doing my best to, though I suppose I've lost some time now. I mean, there is one other who might be trying to steal this opportunity if it came up.
Who would that be?
Kerix, Severia's favorite. He's an idiot. Had too many fumes when he was young.
And what are you suggesting you should do about him?
Well, he doesn't come here, but if we could bring him out, we could either humiliate him to the point where he would never be able to live it out, or we could make sure that he doesn't come home in a state that would make him a functional dragon of the heritage. If Severius sees someone who's an embarrassment to our kind, he will kill him, and we'll be rid of him. It does not seem to be the first dragon that Velnerix has sort of schemed to its demise with the way he's sort of speaking about it. It simply seems that he has not had an opportunity where he could safely suggest something like this. You know. Not that I've done so before, naturally. This would be my first time.
Of course. Now, is that something you can do without my involvement? I am, quite frankly, rather occupied at the moment.
I could try.
And quite frankly, what I'm offering you is immense.
I could try. There is, of course, risk that I might fail. If this is up to me, I would continue doing what I'm currently doing. If I do well in the mountains, well, at least I won't be on the lower rankings of dragons. And that is really the most important thing. Staying out of the light, so you do not get punished and so on. So, if we were to somehow... if somehow he was brought here, perhaps he was given this very opportunity and then messed it up somehow. No one would miss him. He's really not very well liked, but I'm sure he doesn't like Tiamat either.
This is sounding rather complicated to me.
It is rather simple. Simply, I will announce this to Severius. He will send his favorite Kerix, of course. Maybe after some blustering. Then something happens to Kerix. Sure, Severius will be suspicious and angry and whatnot, but perhaps then the replacement will be given additional powers here so that Severius can be mollified, and since it's me, those will of course be used not for his benefit, but for our benefit.
I see. I suppose that's workable. Now, you must know that there is well, that's me blanking on words. There's a requirement to fulfill the post here at the Dragonfane, which involves participation in a ritual that sacrifices part of your power. It will likely disable you for a couple of years, but it is a requirement. It does no permanent damage. However, the post here, assuming whoever gets it does a reasonable enough job, is.
And this would simply be someone, yes?
Technically, I suppose it could be. However,
Still not. Well, perhaps my good friend Corsival could be convinced to take my place in any such commitment. Basically, when Malignant said sacrifice some of your power, Valnerix acted like a wet cat. So he's trying to hide it, right? Not good enough to hide anything from it.
in your case, yours and Corsival, I think you both should do it. It would only be right.
Well, I suppose the first step in this plan would be to get rid of Kerix.
I suppose it should be. I trust that you will organize everything, and I simply have to make sure that he fails somehow.
Because I'm sure I will go to Sebrius, I will inform him of this, and that you demanded my presence here. He will be incensed somewhat, come visit and bluster about as he does. Then he will likely demand a whole bunch of things, and he will likely bring Kerix with him. Kerix might stay. I'm sure once he's here without Sebrius nearby, you could do whatever you need to. Kerix is bigger than the two of us, but that is just because he's all brute strength and no smarts at all.
I see.
Just the kind of dragon that Sebrius likes.
Yes, I suppose that will work. I don't suppose you and I suppose Sebrius have heard about the incidents here in the mountain, have you? At least the details.
I think he just shakes his head. He doesn't know. He has been up in the swamp. News doesn't travel that fast amongst these dragons, and he really isn't a place where it would anyway. You know.
Well, it's probably for the better.
He just sort of... And then moves a little closer. Malignant, I like to think that you and I see eye to eye about this. Cooperation is good. Dragons, Tiamat, our queen. You say that you want 3 dragons to take over here.
3, not including Kosovo, of course.
Of course. So, who would the others be?
You must know that I am willing to have to spend multiple attempts at finding the 3 that are appropriate for this place. Which also means that if any 3 of them have the ambition to supplant the other 2, somehow make them redundant or powerless, I would be very upset at that particular individual. I require 3 simply because I wish to have 3 who are as opposites as possible, to get as many perspectives as possible. There will be conflict, of course, there will be struggles, and I expect one might have the chance to be slightly more influential than the other. However, I also expect that I might have to intervene in case it gets too bad. I want to choose you because you know what the word cooperation means, and you have at least an inkling of the sort of ambition that I appreciate. But what I do not appreciate, will not appreciate, is scheming to wrest all the power that the Fane has, the influence, to yourself. It has to be split.
Well, Nerix nods. It's not the sort of arena he's used to playing in, but it kind of is. Ebrius doesn't like anyone having real power, so the dragons usually deal amongst themselves in sort of an underhanded schoolyard bully sort of way. This sounds like sort of that thing. So I see. Though you still would not tell me if you thought of any others.
I can tell you. One I've already chosen. He is of Anglespark's court.
Like Dragon nods vaguely. He's aware that there's a dragon in Termish, but doesn't know any details about him. I don't believe.
And the third I'm still deciding, but I assure you that you will not like him or her. I intend that. I suppose I don't need to make a secret of it. I intend to get one of the metallic dragons to be the third spot.
Okay, but now it seems somewhat modified at that. The one other dragon and then a pushover that doesn't count. Well, he gets to have Kosovo here. To him, that seems like good news, really.
That's good math right there.
I love this guy. He's fucking. It's exactly like schoolyard bullying. Oh, that other guy, he's dumb, and he's basically sucks. We should he's sucks. I'm cool. But he smells, and his mom is dumb too. Like, all right.
Large Nancy, I shall deliver the message then, though I will stay for a day just to rest a little bit.
Yes, perhaps stay away from the Comirians who are visiting. Or don't.
He looks over at them, looks back to Malignant. Should I ask about why they're here?
They are here to observe, I suppose. They are desperately trying to find a moral justification for leaving Tizir to me.
I thought
I
you were
have
going
no-
to support Seprius' invasion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I promised that I would make sure that the Comirians leave Tizir. If I'm required to attack Tizir to do that, I will. If I'm not, then I still accomplish what Severus wants, right?
Well, Larix watches him for a little bit. Then he nods with sort of a little bit of respect there. Yeah. Okay, yeah, he gets it. He sees your game. You're trying to leave the Comirians with as much power to withstand Severus while still technically doing what he asked you to do. That's something Velnerix can that he can get behind that.
There's like a glint of appreciation.
This is why he likes Malignant. Malignant is so scheming.
You know? He's a little bit like a black dragon. Yeah.
Malignant is so scheming and complicated.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's not like he can't be, it's just that he usually doesn't like to be.
Yes.
If there weren't this whole business with the Death King, then sure,
Yep,
attacking
Yes.
Tizir would totally be on the table.
Yeah, oh yeah. It'd be fucking Dragonfire over there day and night.
All I gotta do is kill someone meaningful to get my power back.
Velnerix will wait the day and then take off to tell Seprius before probably being sent back to the swamp, which is also far away. Luckily, it's not too bad to fly over Cormier because it's all dark, cloudy. Every now and again, sun comes down, but it's rare. All right.
Yeah, it basically sucks over there.
Does anyone else have something they want to do, like in the next, like basically after the rest here, when they feel a little better?
Yes. It's, Missouri Legis here. Last year, resolved in her initial like poking foray into the ground beneath her, that she was going to find ways in which she was going to make contact with and then entice this mammoth empire of Dorogar beneath her to lure like individuals up to the surface that she could use. And I think we'll push in on that front. She needs to figure out what the empire down there of Dorogar would want, so that she can provide it for them in exchange for individuals who are psychically trained, but also not that valuable in exchange. So whether it's like slaves or like exotic goods from up here, or materials they can't access that they want to build something with, or whether it's like information, she doesn't really know what super angry former slave dwarfs, they're like really insular, want. They're like super Dorogar, like 120% Dorogar. So she needs to figure that out.
Yeah, very Durgar.
Yeah.
People say. At least they believe themselves to be. Yeah, I mean, see, I think you're going to do this personally, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we won't be using the faction to gather information here.
Yeah.
For that.
She basically just like plucks like a guide, like one of the Dorogar, like she like brought in from Westgate, who like would know like the stuff down there, and like I need a guide. You're the guide.
Well, yeah, I mean, the ones from here would have been from the sort of northern Shanatar over here, who are probably themselves exiles or something from this Durgar faction. But even there, the basic information is given.
Yeah.
I think dedicating a little bit of time, maybe even to actually visiting this city, the city of Sunken Spires. It is a city-state primarily. Think like the size of Tissir or something, but it's underground. There's many caves connected to it with like further holds and fortresses and whatnot. Going down there, it's clear that all of this has been a war zone for a very long time. Surprisingly, not necessarily from Illithids only, but also from other dwarves from the south. It seems they have had multiple wars with the Gold Dwarves from the northern Underchasm, which nowadays goes all the way up to the border of Akinul. They certainly don't like them. Historically, they've also tried to like curse the Dwarven pantheon and whatnot. So they're pretty hardcore about their dislike.
I get you.
That said, perhaps a promising sign is that their flag is the skull of an Illithid, and that their standards from their like keeps try to use actual skulls of Illithids on a spike as their symbol.
All right.
Pretty public about their opinions there. The aberrant.
Yeah. There we go. I got a couple of those laying around. I can bring those as like a presentation thing.
Yeah. As for exactly what they want, their desires are pretty much focused on their feelings of superiority. This hold in particular is dedicated to Deep Dura, a Durgar deity, and one of the primary sort of Firunian deities of psionic power. Deep Dura believes, or believes, embodies the superiority of psionic power to arcane power. Believes inherently that psionic beings are better and deserve to rule, and that the Duragar have great psionic power, which was then stolen by Illithids, who gained it from them. Actually, this might be somewhat of a disputed thing, but that is what they believe, and they believe it pretty strongly. To the fact that there's a lot of psionic Duragar down, and that they pretty much practice psionics to a much greater degree than they do anything else.
Okay.
Right now, though, their civilization is somewhat in decline. And that's because, as many gods did during the Spell Plague, Deepdur stopped sort of answering her letters. There was nothing spectacular. It's just that her clerics don't have divine power anymore, which to these people doesn't really matter so much because they mostly used psionic power anyway, which doesn't come from the deity. The philosophy is certainly very much about superiority and vanquishing mind flayers and sort of other aberrant psionic creatures, which there are plenty of down here. They have plenty of materials instead of like gold, iron, gems, anything that you could sort of mine. Wood is not something they generally use. As many Duergar, they prefer to mold stone or sort of just forge iron for anything. Slaves are useful. They certainly are pro-slavery, as are most Duergar civilizations. Mostly they raid sort of the Austrian mountains or Termish if they require people directly traded to. What they don't have is any connections to the outside. If like you could talk to their leaders, I'm summarizing here, right? You can imagine that she sort of travels and visits and looks at places. She certainly would be a being that would be paid some attention to because she's a dragon. Once she reveals, if she does, that she's a psionic dragon, suddenly that would change like their opinion entirely from being, oh, look at that thing, to, hey, you're an intelligent being that has opinions and abilities.
Yeah. I think the psionics get revealed pretty quickly, especially down here.
Mm-hmm. Beyond that, it's an interesting thing that they create like magical items with psionic energy rather than arcane power.
Oh. Neat.
Like weird crystal items and such, the kind of thing you generally think of as sort of Far Realm stuff, but except it's not from the Far Realm. It's sort of produced here by their own psionic resonance.
So a connection to the outside would be something they would value?
Yes, they want to expand their influence and ideally their power base. They used to control a larger area than they currently do. In fact, for example, Thunderhome is a place that used to be, and the city under Thunderhome, the Promised Passage, was held by the Duergar of this civilization at one point. But now it isn't. And I don't think you ever explored the place down there, but you would have found various sort of remains of a cult of Duergar demon worshippers and so forth. Had you done so. So yeah, I mean, expansion, power brokering is something they want. They know that they could not defeat the Illithid, and they have sort of they take pride in their ability to withstand them.
Sure.
They like martial prowess. They like destroying the aberrant, and they like exalting their power of the psionic abilities. Really, the fact that she is a psionic dragon would be enough for them to pay attention and listen to her to begin with.
Okay.
Beyond that, they have a love of silver, the holy metal of their goddess, Deepdur.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, connect them with the outside and help them expand their influence. Trying to think about how I will turn that into tangible things for them. Like what I could do that would help them get that.
Yes. I mean, basically, they're stuck between. To the south, they have the Gold Dwarven influences, right? To the north, and sort of there's the Sea of Fallen Stars with aberrant aboleth creatures, and to the other side, there is a Mind Flayer city. So they're somewhat hemmed in.
Yeah.
And none of those paths are particularly great at expanding to. Really, against the Sea of Fallen Stars, that land has been now filled of salt water, which is highly unhelpful for Duergar survival. They're not good swimmers, generally. And then you have the Gold Dwarves, who, due to the Underchasm, has been forced to expand in that direction too. From time to time, they ally with the Drow to fight the Dwarves, but, they don't respect the Drow and the Drow don't respect them.
Sure.
It's mostly that they don't have any friends. They're not good at making them, because they inherently believe they're superior to anything non-psionic.
I get you.
Which has somewhat stagnated their civilization now that their god isn't alive and acting in the world.
Alright. Yeah, I get. I'm willing to help them make friends despite their terrible ability of doing so. I'm trying to figure out how I turn that into like actual in-game actions.
Yeah.
How I do that for them. Alright.
Something to mull over a bit, perhaps. But, I mean,
Yeah.
it takes a little while to get in there, and there's probably a lot of interesting things for research.
Yeah, I don't expect to be returning to the surface for a while.
In regards to even just like a psionic gem, like having scions with like crystal orbs that they wield to sling power, like little iron stones around their heads and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really neat.
It is something that resonates with her. Like that she's probably never had like psionics has never been something that anybody really knew anything about. Right? Like really, the point. Even like the cerulean sign are sort of new to it. It's a thing that has existed for about 100 years or so here. But down there, apparently, they've had it for a long time. They've been practicing it for a long time.
This is a great opportunity for her to learn more about psionics, while also disguising the fact that she doesn't know much about psionics.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't speak their language, so she'll have things translated anyway. So.
Yep.
It's talking a bit different. Some of them probably speak some Draconic, but really they're pretty insular culture, so mostly it's like their variant of Duergar Undercommon.
Right. It's not even like deep speech. It's like the Duergar Undercommon, right?
Yeah.
That's not a language she's been working on.
Some of them might speak
right.
slightly Drow Elven, but
Sure.
doesn't really help.
Doesn't that really help? No. Yeah. She's lost to the surface world for a time. I think any order she was going to give to the Enclave just kind of like, whatever. I'll be back eventually.
Yeah. In the absence, though, the Enclave, has been wielded against, like, undead monstrosities below the mountains, which is an interesting thing. I mean, undead certainly aren't what you would call natural. Almost like an international intervention they've been doing.
Yeah. Sort of like get them used to the idea of exerting the power of nature against unnatural things.
And like places outside the Gulf. We should go out and make other people behave.
Yeah. This happened once upon a time before the Spell Plague.
Yeah. Then everything got destroyed. The island got broken.
We could go out and make people behave again.
Imagine that. What about Versicatrix? Is there anything there? Having taken a little time here to relax.
I think she's sort of in a state of wait. She'll try and like, I think she'll go between the ritual sites, trying to keep watch, and like, make sure that they're set up well. Start just like doing basic undead warding shit that will not like seal any power, but it's like, hey, you pass through here, you take like 20 radiant damage, like just sort of reinforcing it. Yeah. And if there is a way of like that she can gleam of like weakening the Death King further, I mean, I think that's sort of what she's pondering on. Like,
Yeah.
how do we?
She's manning the barricades.
Yeah, but also like, okay, well, they came this far, right? The ritual seems to work. Is there any like, can it be applied in another sense, right? Like, I don't know.
It reads a little bit like sort of, you know, having studied it for a particular purpose, it reads very much like a declaration, a sentencing, almost as if she's like writing down in Giant the sentencing given by the Thunder King to the Death King,
Right. It's a fucking like,
declaring that
yeah.
he must remain.
Can she?
So it's not like it would work on other people probably, but
Yeah.
it seems
Yeah.
like these storm giants, storm titans that once were here were real powerful. Maybe it's great that the skeleton hasn't been.
Yeah, I feel confident in that, certainly, that it's good that that skeleton is not active. I think actually a project could be like, she has learned this. Is there a way that she could try and like transcribe it and pass it on to Valignif? Like, could that be a long-term project of like,
Like teaching him how to do it.
yeah, or like, I mean, I'm assuming that she has to first like, because she sort of learned over a long time of like deduction and trying. I imagine it's like detective work, trying to make fucking sense of this giant tradition bullshit.
Yeah,
Like-
like you want to begin writing a book basically, like a how to
Yes.
imprison the Death King.
Yeah.
Future generations by Versicatrix, the Lord of the Marked, or, you know, yeah.
Yeah. Whatever.
I think you can just begin doing that. You're trained in Arcana. You know how to do it. It's just gonna take time, right?
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
We just
So we definitely
into our
want
form.
Valignif to, who
Into,
is also a ritual caster, to be able to do it.
Write down.
Yeah.
Forbidden knowledge.
Well, you know. Yeah.
Big
She's
ritual
gonna
book.
sit here and nerd out about that.
All right.
Every now and then going out to battle some stray undead.
Yeah.
You know.
To cross. And mostly they work in groups actually.
Yeah, I think that's really like what the focus is. Like, her side is now sort of, I mean, safe is not not the word, but she is dependent on the Dragonfane working, and that means that Thunderhome cannot fall.
Yeah. Well, then I suppose the next thing that will happen, unless Valignith wants to do something else before Sevrius probably shows up.
He has to rest for his full rest, and he does expect that he will show up eventually. I think he'd stick around at the Dragonfane to make sure that he's available once Severus arrives.
We got our 10 days full rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then
which is great.
Yeah, it takes a while, of course, but you know, more than 10 days anyway. But Sevrius will show up, flying as he is, magnificent, is in his size and letting everyone see it. Probably scaring Tyr quite a lot as he flies over. Letting the world
Cicatrix is
know
not
that
home.
he visits the Dragonfane.
Yeah. I think Velignif will make sure that the Chimerians know not to show their faces.
That Sevrius is visiting.
Yeah, that's going to go down on the report. And so
mean,
then
sure.
Severius visited Velignith.
They were real buddies.
Velignif isn't gonna pretend that he doesn't have relations with Sevria sometimes.
The Night Flame, the Lord of Storms.
Yeah, because he understands, perhaps, you rightly guessed, that Severius would just swallow them and not care about, puny humans and their opinions. Who cares? So it might certainly be a good idea for them to stay out of the way. They know the reputation of Severius too. They would sort of fail their quest of reporting back if they just died here, right? As the massive black dragon will sort of land center, followed indeed by another, but ridiculous size. With a thundering crash. Has Malignant like prepared anything for him? Like last time he sort of had a whole thing.
I mean, this time I'm not sure if he knows exactly that Severius will show up. Well, it was heavily implied that he would. I think he would prepare something. Like it's he doesn't want to annoy Severius.
What is it? So we don't have to go into details about it. But what is it? What is the welcome trying to say? What's he trying to convey with it?
It's mostly a display of respect, something that would be expected for a dragon of Severius's importance and size. Just an acknowledgement that he is indeed one of the great dragons. Because that is objectively true.
For Severius, that would usually be a gift if you're a black dragon or someone who serves him. He hasn't taken possession of Velignith's hoard. Velignith isn't a black dragon, and so Severius probably isn't entirely sure himself what he wants to do with that. But the gesture here would be probably a meal that Severius can arrive and eat while the other dragon waits for him to finish before they get to the...
Yeah, a meal for sure, but no gift, because one of the rules of the Dragon Fane is that no wealth leaves it, which means he can't give him anything.
Yeah. Of course. Severius
Tiamat looking down like, no, motherfucker, that could have been my gift. That should have been my gift.
That was.
Yeah.
Yeah. He will land and he will eat. Carrix doesn't get to eat anything. It's all Severius's food. Even though there probably was some for Carrix. Severius would just eat it anyway. The other dragon is here to show that he can obey. That Severius will look around, sniffing a bit, having probably observed this place while he's here, and it is certainly more deserted than, he notices that there's been some work done, like things have happened. He doesn't know the details. And I think actually it comes into the favor of Velignith here. He will assume that Velignith is looking at Cormyr. Argued. He generally assumes that he's being obeyed. I have begun my campaign against the Cormyrian usurpers. Yet I flew over Tisir and did not see many scorched marks upon the walls.
Just me blanking, not Velignith. As he'll respond, I was not informed that I should launch my attack.
Looks at Velignith. An acceptable answer, really. You can commence. If you will, at least by demanding tribute. Take something from them. I have not yet committed my forces entirely. I would not expect you to do so either, but I do expect you to show them animosity. Make them fear you. Fear me through you.
I've made it very clear to Cormir that I do not want to see them on the southern shore of the Lake of Dragons. And I think requesting a gift, or perhaps more aggressively demanding one, is very appropriate.
He nods. It's only right. I hear you have been luring Valnerix off of his targets.
It is true. I've interacted with him before, and the message I had him deliver is an important one.
I had not been aware how much he was slacking by flying down here. It's quite a journey. I understand this is not the first time he's made it.
If he hadn't made the journey, I might have very much reconsidered.
He told me that you would offer me. That perhaps this was the right time for me to expect your service in a more direct manner than we have previously did.
The Dragonfane does not service anyone directly. It is a place that serves the Queen of Dragons. It is, I'm afraid to say, beyond our ambitions. Although perhaps tangential would be better to put it. Its success is our success and therefore your success. Its influence is a weapon to be wielded by all of us, including yourself. But whoever rules it has to somewhat distance themselves. I therefore wanted to make sure that all those who will administrate the Fane have associations, so I can make sure that the Fane does indeed indirectly serve the great dragons of the area.
Nods slowly. Yes, he sees it, but it is giving away power. A sensible suggestion. I see no issue with this. However, how would I ensure that it serves me if I am not here myself? My cretins have shown they are eager to betray, eager to lie and scheme behind.
The Fane's entire purpose is the exact opposite of betrayal. It is a place of unexpected cooperation between us. It's perhaps not entirely neutral, but it's certainly. Let's put it this way, I personally intend to discourage anyone who has power in the Fane from doing anything foolish. I'm not beyond forcefully replacing those who betray the Fane's mission by betraying you, I suppose, in this case.
He is pleased by that. It's a deputy for me, then. This place is at the edge of my claimed territory. These mountains, they hold little of interest to me. It seems as good a place as any, some sort of neutral ground. You request me then to leave someone here to send you someone capable, someone who can express my will.
A potential candidate, although I will be looking for specific qualities. The ability to act in the Fane's best interest.
The big dragon just sort of nods along and says, Kerix here, I'm sure you will find most excellent. He is my favorite. Some would say, if I ever were to perish, he would be my successor. He listens, he obeys, and he can take a punishment without whimpering. Kerix will sort of step forward as he just sort of hisses a little bit. Whoever is around.
I see. And you're certain that you would wish to propose your favorite for this post? The Fane's position certainly comes with power attached, but also responsibilities that will make him unavailable for you for some time at least. Assuming he does possess the qualities I'm looking for.
He would not betray me. That. There is another, if you would be interested, but someone who is a... I would not send you someone who has no prospects. What would be the purpose in such a match? It would be disappointment. Of course, for Cicatrix, somewhere nearby, but the looks of this. She was once, perhaps, capable. She has certainly waved my attention, but I've seen her scars. She is not up for the task of leading anything. Kerix here knows that if someone displeases him, he should devour them, kill them. He inspires fear in his lessers.
I'm sure he does. I simply mean to suggest that you are putting your favorite in a position that is very far away from where you might need him currently.
Yes, smiles slightly and says, you would not lose him. And it would seem, given Tassir's current state, that I need him here. Perhaps as a fair exchange, if you wish, I could take one of yours and bring them with me to the swamp. Teach them to serve me and perhaps be your liaison. Ensure that our communication functions well.
I don't mean to correct you, but you should be aware that this is about the Fane, about the service to Tiamat, and not about my own desires or ambitions even, although my ambitions often align with that of the Fanes.
But he probably doesn't have a great concept of Tiamat or what she desires. Certainly isn't what you'd call like a faithful. I mean, of course, there's respect and probably fear there for Tiamat, like as any dragon should have. But he wouldn't go out of his way on Tiamat's behalf. And when he sees Malignant, he feels as many of the maybe non-faithful beings of power do, that Malignant is very much using Tiamat as a, like, Tiamat's will in this case. It's not that Malignant agrees with Tiamat, it's that he simply suggests that she wants whatever he wants. He doesn't actually necessarily understand, like, following a divine ideal.
I can imagine.
She will slightly just sort of nods as, of course, we all serve her purposes.
Uh-huh. Me too.
Yep.
Team Tiamat. Woo woo.
I too have entire caverns, like dedicated to her name that I fill with treasure. Yes.
Do
Yeah,
you have someone
actually,
in mind who I might be able to bring home then? Someone who might suffice as a sign of our alliance.
The Fane. I don't think has a reason to send someone with you.
It is a long way for either of us to go to speak. Someone who knows your mind and could act on your behalf in diplomacy. He says that word as if it's like it clearly doesn't mean to him what it means to everyone else. You know, Versicatrix would fit that bill, I suppose.
If she would want to travel to your court,
I have a
She
nice
would've-
place to keep everything safe from. She could, of course, go as she pleased. She returned.
I'm not sure what you think our relationship is, but the Fane has no control over her. Or any relation for that matter, other than vicinity.
You have power. Power enough to make your will. It matters not to me whether you do so. The fact that you could is what matters. I will await someone coming. If you have no draconic servants of fitting rank, I suppose a non-draconic would suffice. They can survive the path to my lair. Perhaps they will yet be respectable enough for me to listen. I will leave Kerix in your care. He will know how best to serve me, and hopefully he will show his dedication to this place. He looks down at Kerix, sort of looks up at him, and then like cowers a little bit, which makes Sepria smile.
I would just like to reiterate that Carrix's position here is by no means a guarantee. The Fane will test him and look for qualities. It may be that he does not fit, in which case I cannot guarantee that he remains intact.
He just glances back at Relictus. What quality?
I have high expectations for those who would take over the Fane. The ability, for example, to know when something benefits the Fane and when something benefits you, and the ability to recognize the situations where those two ambitions might be at odds. And the ability to find a compromise.
When would they ever be at odds?
If you, for example, were to, once you take over Cormia, expand your ambitions to the southeast towards Termish, should that ever happen, you would find opposition there. An opposition that has also pledged its allegiance to the Fane. In that situation, one associated with the Fane would have to remain neutral. Would your favorite be able to do that?
Reus looks down. In a situation where two beings of power both demand the loyalty of the Fane, Kerix would know to Kerix would know to support the one who would win.
If he cannot recognize that he should serve neither, then
What if serving neither would simply make the winner burn the Fane down on their victory? In that case, he would have served it well by preserving it.
I suspect that an attempt on the Fane would not result in the outcome that that attacker would anticipate.
He sort of
The
looks-
Fane is not meant to. The Fane is meant to guarantee that, for example, your conflict against Cormyr goes your way. It is meant to guarantee a world where those who should be ruled by dragons are. It does not mean that dragons fighting one another would be either supported or even fought by the Fane. That is the layer where it is outside of those struggles. The politics are complicated. I would not wish to offend your favorite, Carrix. He is formidable. I can see the qualities you value in him. But he might not have the right talent for the skills that are truly required in the Fane. And if he is yet chosen, despite me already suspecting as much, he might find himself in a position where I will be forced to replace him.
treat him as you would treat me if I stayed here. If there are things that displease you, teach him or see to it that exceptions are made for me. It is not as if I go by the same rules as whatever other beings you would invite here. I, Black Dread, Lord of all Cormyr, north the Dragon Coast, as well as the stony plains beyond. By this right, I place him here for now, because he is the one servant I know has not disappointed me. I hope he would not do so here. And if he does, I will expect to have it described before he is brought to my care for my ministrations. Eric's slightly shows his massive acidic teeth. He would not be the biggest I have devoured. If that is his fate, then that will be apparent.
Thevrius, I truly believe that there is no other dragon on this world that I am aware of that could oppose you. And there may be no creature even in this world that may oppose you. However, what I represent goes beyond this world, goes beyond all of us. And in this place, in this Fane, my authority remains absolute. There will be no exceptions. Not for you, not for anyone.
A diplomacy check. Let's see how how this whole thing.
Yeah. 37.
Oh.
As
Pretty damn good.
Velignev, of course, has his
That's
or
good.
else associated with his diplomacy here.
It does make sense in this case. Sabrius looks at him, and I think he takes the way of saying, "We shall see." And then he will take his leave. He's displeased by this interaction. Didn't get the cowering he was looking for, but he will leave Carrix. Perhaps with the, Velignev doesn't want to say he's gonna give Carrix special treatment. But Sabrius has an an understanding that he will, because Severius said so. And that's how it's gonna be.
He's gonna get special treatment, alright?
Carrix is gonna simply sit there as Severius leaves. He doesn't seem to have a great deal of initiative.
Right. Villigny will simply state to Carrix. Carrix, currently, at this very moment, on the Fane, there are 2 Chimerians. If you do not kill them, then I may accept you as the position I've advertised. If they come to any harm whatsoever, I will destroy you and replace you with someone I like more. Are we understood?
He bows his head with a slight raspy breath and say, "Yes, of course, master."
You do recognize that Severius would absolutely want these Chimerians gone.
He
In
sort of
fact, I'm sure he would reward you if you did kill them.
looks at Velignith. Severius is not here, master. What would please you?
I think you've paused for a moment. Perhaps there's a bit more to you than Severius admitted. Although I'm not looking for someone who does exactly as I say. In fact, I was hoping for anyone at this point, would actually find a way to oppose my viewpoints.
Looks at Velignith, and that seems to give him a little bit of trouble. You wish for me to disagree with you, for me to go against your desires.
For someone to be appropriate for the position I'm looking for, I need someone who does not think like me, and therefore someone who simply does as I say is pointless.
Do you believe I think like?
What do you say, Menaka? I didn't.
Do you
catch that.
believe I think like you?
I don't know what I believe. But here's 2 things that I want from you. I either want you to turn out very differently from how Severius described you, or I want you to make a mistake. One of those 2 things will do.
Yeah, he bows his big draconic head deeply. I shall ponder this question deeply then, master.
Know that the only loyalty I value is to the Fane and what it represents. Not to myself, not to Severius, not to anyone. But
Then
itself.
I shall seek to learn what the Fane represents.
That's a surprisingly wise choice of words.
Should I myself go about finding someone who can direct me in these manners, or might you know of a place I should begin?
You can ponder the question in the shrine of Tiamat in its heart.
He will give a nod of his big head, and then he will begin to go find the shrine of Tiamat at the heart of this place.
Sure.
And that's,
God damn it, I wish he wasn't so reasonable.
that's where he'll be. If you go look for him, he will be pondering the nature of this at the shrine, watching people come and go, and and looking to cause as little offense really to anybody. Not knowing who people are, what's going on. It does not seem like he was briefed on what's going to happen here by Severius, so he doesn't really understand exactly, who and what and where, but
All right. Well, we'll just wait with that a bit then.
It's like, oh no, a black dragon that's not at least seemingly incredibly scheming and murderous for against like immediate people around. Oh no. Why?
Severius might be a better evaluator of you than you believe.
I'm just gonna let this rest for a bit, see where this goes.
That's the Malignant way. Like,
yeah. Well
I
then,
mean, sorry, one last thing. It's not going to be something that needs to be played out, but I think perhaps encouraged by his green dragon essence currently, maybe he won't just wait, but rather follow Carrick's around and make small talk. You know, who is this guy? Like, I was promised a blindly loyal brute who doesn't know left from right, and now this guy is actually reasonable.
what if the Black Dragon who told Malignant about Carrick's misrepresented Carrick's to further his own agenda?
Imagine.
give me an inside roll. Try to learn more about like who is Carrick's, what's his deal.
Who are you? Make
love-
me not like
boy.
you.
All right. Carrick's seems to be a black dragon who certainly is antithetical. He is larger, he's large by his age, and he doesn't seem to think really fast. Like he takes his time to ponder whatever is happening. Actually being told to go sit down and figure things out is the way that he prefers to do things. He's not that quick-witted. That said, he seems to generally weigh what's currently going on, and then find the way to behave that best fits into what he's supposed to do. He doesn't seem to have a great amount of initiative himself, and really seems to thrive when he can live up to someone else's expectations of him. The fact that Malignant told him that he's expected to figure this out gives him something to do, and that's what he's gonna do. And if he learns about how to worship Tiamat, then that might well be what he begins to just do. Yeah, he has gotten very good at fitting into what people think of him. Severius might well think of him as the perfect loyal brute, and when he's with Severius, he might very well try to embody that as much as possible. However, when Severius is not here, Malignant is here, and he's trying to read Malignant and figure out what can I do that will make Malignant happy, so Malignant doesn't beat me or eat me or kill me or something. You know. And then I do that, and then things are good. Yeah. His proximity to Severius has probably erased some of what originally was his personality into a little bit of a, I don't even know what you call that.
A people pleaser, we can call it.
Yeah, he certainly
Great, now I've got two of those.
looks at.
I love this continuum of like the idea of like a simple black dragon. It's like simple black dragon, really dumb, brutish. It's like the thoughtful one.
He certainly does not seem to be a schemer. It might well be that Severius knows his nature and does not believe that he would actively betray him, because he really doesn't seem to have a lot of ambition beyond just sort of
survival.
Being a people pleaser, right?
He's been kept down enough that he doesn't
finding a place where he can where people
carve out.
Yeah, where people can be good.
Man, this guy needs to feign though.
He's doing great with Severius too, beating up smaller dragons for Severius's joy and whatnot. Rix's life has not been as hard as the others, really. the other dragons probably have a well-earned animosity towards him, though, because he's the kind of dragon Severus would send to beat them up and take their hoard, you know. And then Carix gets to sleep in it as his reward for beating them up and taking it from them. You know.
I mean, that would offend me. Yes.
Oh man. Yeah, I was thinking I had this all figured out. Like, I'd get a 2-in-1 package, get this over with. Now this guy actually seems reasonable.
This is like Malignant sits at the fane, like looking out, pondering, and then like, 3 steps back sits Carix, looking out, pondering.
What if an elder dragon found a way to outwit my plan? Shit.
Ah! Yeah, I like the idea of like the simple, dumb, stupid black dragon is someone that the red dragon can agree with. It sort of like lives to the dragon like racism that goes on of like, the other colors are all bad
Yeah.
and stupid.
I mean, you even look at Carix there, and you got like that red flavor theme.
Yeah,
I mean, really, Severius has that, being the lord of, the Night Flame, rather, I should say.
Yes, the Night Flame. Carix can tell you that it's because he coats himself in fire when he fights, lighting up the night sky. Terrible sight. Because people always expect Severus to use acid, so he has become a master of not doing that.
Master of
Flying
subverting
expectations. Yeah, there we go. Such is the case here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason I gave up my excellent acid weapon, because I expected to fight black dragons at one point, and that didn't seem like a good. Good weapon choice.
If you make a career out of beating up black dragons, acid really is not the most useful.
I wouldn't call it career. It's like a.
Severus has it as a career. It's what he does. Yeah. All right. I would ask: is there anything else you want to proceed with? I mean, sure is probably still down, but
yeah, I don't
and,
expect a return unless there's an emergency until the year ends. I'm good for the year.
Dragonfane and the Marked here, you do sort of have a chance here to act and get things done, or other people begin doing it all around you. Flurry of.
Yeah. Yes, don't you two want to act more?
So looking at my company, yeah, let's. All right. I mean, should we? God.
I mean, I've got about 5 dice across all my 5 stats.
Yeah. I know that that I'm the one who's gonna have to step up here. See, the problem is that we also have to be able to defend the places that we have made. Like, it doesn't matter if we make another ritual site, which is like then if one of the others is just overrun. So I'm a bit hesitant to like use all available resources because, well,
permanent damage is on the table.
Yeah, for us and him.
I mean, it's not like if he can't stop you, then he can't stop you.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I have some might. I have some sovereignty. But how are we feeling? Do we want me to keep that in?
I don't think you're his target. If he attacks something.
No, it's you.
Ares wound up because Ares doesn't want the Dragon Fane to fall, and losing Thunderhome can precipitate that.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna defend myself.
Oh, yeah, I see.
I'm gonna save it. Your ass over there.
Fair.
Because you're hurting.
That's
yeah,
fair.
yeah, it's true.
Like
Right.
I suppose that would mean that I would have to start moving some people into Thunderhome.
You're close enough, I'd say,
Yeah,
that you can sort
Uh,
of affect the general.
hired muscle, as it were. We are mercenaries after all. Though,
To find the
we
vampire
should-
that doesn't exist.
well, extra
You
security.
know who to find a vampire? Use a
People have been disappearing. I mean, here at the Markt, we don't like any vampires. We don't stop. We don't like vampires. That's
totally
been
not,
true
you know.
What about Kazel?
for Shh. No, they've been like vampires. Nah. Ew. Shifting money around in Westgate. Yeah, vampires. Go.
All right. Let's see here.
Don't tell Kissel that.
Citrix.
Yes.
Some reports from the southern mountains will inform you that a small group of mages are poking around some ruins.
Okay.
They don't seem to be from around here, but they have been sort of breaking into a tomb and doing things. Basically, you're policing, so you'll be informed that they.
All right. Well, I want my people to keep eyes on them.
Right.
Like, but what are they? They're just looking around.
Yeah, I mean, people can't know exactly what they're doing, but yeah, there are people there poking about.
All right. Well, I mean,
So that.
from what I know as a player as well, like most of Yaffle's ritual shit is up here north, so like I don't feel too bad about them poking around down there, I don't think.
It reported that another group has come and they've set up sort of a small campsite or encampment, I should say, to the south of the mountains. Yeah, from where they are doing sort of expeditions into them. Look about. Benignus, how is Thunderhome generally receiving visitors? If someone shows up, like, is it different from normal? Are they on high alert?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Thunderhome is not the Fane. Like, Thunderhome is not a tourist location. Anyone who goes there, they better have a good reason.
But the Fane is welcoming.
Yeah, the Fane is as welcoming as usual. Of course, not everyone will be accepted. There's like an undead stone giant who happens to show up on the steps, then maybe not. But anyone who actually has a proper reason, like the Cormyreans, they introduce themselves, then we'll at least hear them out.
Oh, a traveling scholar will arrive. Here to having heard this is a place that's open and that they have a lot of books and such, but he would like to look into the magical history of these mountains. Because he understands that, from adventurers talking, that things are dire, that help is needed to make sure the world stays safe.
You know what? Things are dire. You're not wrong.
Oh yes, he knows a thing or two.
How would they be received? I mean, the entire point of the Fane is to be a point of contact. Oh no, there's more of them.
Oh no!
I'm invoking your Green Dragon compulsion here, especially in regards to how
Yeah.
Valigna feels about the undead stone giant. Like, there's no way you're gonna yeet these people out if it leads to other people in the world caring about this undead stone giant and wanting to see it put down.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Like, maybe you can do something, right?
Like the propaganda text of like it's like the book of from a mysterious author who's unnamed, Valiganas, and it's just about the Death King and how much he sucks. It's scribbled in a very fast pace. I mean, the ink is as if still not dry, but
Yeah, I
Talk
think
about-
what would happen here is that Villingham receives these visitors personally. They would, of course, first be intercepted by probably like Skinwings or something
Mhm.
that tell them the rules of the Dragonfane, including, any wealth that enters stays,
Oh, I have
which
brought nothing, of course.
which hopefully turns some adventurers away. But those that are okay with the rules, they'll get to talk to Villignev about the troubles in the mountains. Of course, Villignev will make absolutely sure that whatever he tells them is safe. Perhaps questions about the undead stone giant menace. Sure, he'll talk about. He might even let them peruse some of the books. But they will never, not 1 second, be left out of his sight, basically.
Sure. These two that show up come in separate. First, the traveling wizard would show up. Oh, the only wealth I bring is the knowledge within my mind. I am but a humble old man. You would not take my walking stick.
Well, old man, if you are simply what you say, then I suppose you will be tolerated, as all visitors will be. If, however, I sense anything that displeases me, I will not assure you of your safety.
I'm here to meet a group of friends who maybe have not shown up yet. Adventurers, I understand, are welcome to show up here.
This is not a tavern, old man.
Oh, but it will do. A place with maps and books and knowledge of the mountains. Rare thing indeed.
I don't disagree that it is rare, but you should be aware of what this place is. If you're here to speak to myself and perhaps inform yourself about other of my kin, then this would be the right place to be. If you're here to pay respects to the Queen of Dragons, Tiamat herself, then this would be the right place. This is not the place to linger and wait for your friends.
Many should respect the Queen of Dragons, or should probably fear her. Dark tides, for that one. Certainly I wish not to offend. I will only stay for as long as it takes to find my answers. If my friends have not shown up by that time, I shall travel on without them.
Oh my god. Look at all these goddamn wizards everywhere.
Well, there's more.
Yeah! Yeah, there's more to the south.
So many
and by
wizards.
Thunderhome, a shadow mage. He looks nice.
Manikai pretty blatantly noted this was coming, so
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys are like wizards.
I am aware, but still so many.
Those guys are from
So-
Om.
Yeah.
Villingham will continue and say, you should know that the reason you've been attracted to this place is a plot.
He nods.
There are dangers in these mountains, just as there are secrets, many of which I care deeply about. Finding the wrong answers might very well earn. Well, if you find the wrong answers, I will kill you. But I will help you stay away from the wrong questions.
I would fear as much, yes. Violence is always a place here in the frontier, but as you say, the plot requires me to continue.
So if you're aware that this is a plot, why are you still looking?
Oh, because whoever makes a plot attracts attention for a reason.
Exactly.
I'm here to make sure that that reason is not a nefarious one.
It is a
Try to-
nefarious one.
Try to learn what there is to learn in these mountains, to give myself a perspective on the surrounding lands. Knowledge is always good,
No.
a common good. So saith the wise Ogma. Stand you acquainted. What?
Somewhat. We used to have a fairly reasonable relationship until they decided to do things that displeased me. I fear that things may be repeating here. Rest assured that I don't mind interest in the Dragon Fane and my doings in general, but you seem to be very willing to disregard every single of my warnings.
I have yet to ask a single question, my lord.
You have
Dragon.
revealed much about your intentions.
Yet, I understand or understood that this place was welcoming to all of your kind. Yes.
Oh, great.
Perhaps I might know someone of such affiliation. I had hoped to wait them here, but if not, I shall move on further into the mountains. There might yet be a place where an old man can find a bit of rest, a few answers. I'm unwelcome, I shall not.
You are not unwelcome, old man. I'm simply pointing out that this attraction to these mountains is a plot by my very enemies, which means that whatever potential answers they are dangling in front of your face are things I do not want known.
Perhaps
Of course,
we
there
share
are other.
that enemy between us.
I think we
Certainly,
do.
A world's death is not something anyone alive would desire.
Exactly. However, he is luring you towards answers that I do not want known. However, if you are here to oppose this great evil, then let me point you in the right direction at least, so you can stay away from the things that are dear to me.
Please do. I appreciate any such aid. I came
Wonderful.
here in the first place.
Now that you're actually listening to me, I think this place will welcome you. If you want to wait for your adventuring friends, as long as they too agree that it is an evil to be opposed and not a source of secrets to be uncovered.
Oh. Oh no. Is there a gift shop around here? Old man might buy a trinket or perhaps a fresh pipe of tobacco.
But old man, how could you buy anything if you just said you did not bring any wealth into the boundaries of this place?
Quite right you are. Quite right you are.
I'm glad we are understanding each other.
He can pay you with a story.
A place far away. Times long forgotten by most. Yeah. A story that has a moral lesson, to be sure.
Mhm. It's about animals.
He will go in here and you know, he will ask about things like a map of the mountains if possible. You know, the history of this place, the what is known of this Death King, what rituals have been used to oppose him. He's a curious old fellow and will listen to most such things before saying, oh, well, I suppose that fits well within. Would be anticipated. A shame, really. Things like that. He's fairly non-committal as to who his friends are or what he's doing here, when they'll be here. He does spend his time here, actually studying and such of what Velictus will allow him to.
I mean, I think Villinger was fine with people arriving and wanting to know more about the Death King and how to oppose him. Like, that seems fine. But he will also make it very clear that obviously he has secrets that this other opposing force is trying to get people to pry into. And if they do, Villinger's gonna kill them. So just don't, and we'll be fine.
But how will they know what's a secret of Valignus?
Well, that's why Valignus was sticking around to be, he's guiding them, right? Normally, he wouldn't have the patience to answer everyone's questions, but embracing that green dragon people pleaser. Let's talk about it, okay? So you don't make the mistakes that you could. Also, please stop multiplying.
Yeah.
A couple of more
Great. More wizards.
Wizards will show up, though they're far less talkative than the old man. They show up here to see what others are looking into. They'll spy a little bit on the old man and generally ask Valignus, a few questions if he's available. Otherwise, they will sort of just skulk about. Perhaps intimidated by the dragon. The old man somehow wasn't. In a way, the old man somehow wasn't. They look around before beginning their journey further into the mountains.
It's like herding cats, except it's wizards. Yeah, Valignus will most definitely send some of his people to shadow these wizards.
Yeah. Beyond that, he'll be informed that south of Thunderhome, right at the border to where the giants are, several systems of caverns are infected by shadow. Even when the sun shines upon them, there is no light within. The dwarves have not gone there because they think maybe it's the Death King.
I think it might have something to do with the Shadow Mage.
A strange persona has been.
I am perfectly willing to dispose of wizards if they start poking around too much.
What is too much?
Just putting it out there.
I mean, these are in addition to the adventurers that are already well in the mountains, just sort of poking around everywhere.
Yeah.
Adventurers do that sort of thing. We've all been them. We all know how they work. They see some promise of magical power or hear something of an artifact, and they're right there.
They see a temple buried by a mudslide and go,
And how impossible it is to keep track of all of them.
Yeah, let's go delve. A side quest, wonderful. Oh, they're all the main characters of their own story. The world is just there for them to plunder.
Now, what we do is that we place charming, funny-looking, and weird NPCs at places that are absolutely trivial and non-interesting. And then they'll go there. I have a horde of goblins. I'm sure I can find someone who has a dead rat on a stick or something.
An adventurous charade.
We turn the entire mountain range into a theme park.
A fucking metagame designed to distract adventurers.
The fucking adventure's oh my god, this goblin with a rat on the stick is great. I love it. And it's just yes.
One giant shell game to hide the truth.
Well, the best thing that would work for 2 weeks until one group discovered what was actually going on and began looking into it and found out the dragons were manipulating adventurers against
and then report the lie to everyone.
Oh no! Now that suddenly is their adventure path. You're at the end of it.
Literally Westworld.
The dragons are trying to hide something from us. What is it?
What is it? Welcome to
It is that they're working together with they.
The Draconic Secret.
We've known it all along. Yeah. I mean, what I'm saying, put some talking animals in there or something.
All right, let's get the session moving.
Yeah, let's keep things moving. If there's no further condemnation of visiting wizards, particularly the ones in the south, will be very thorough as they move along the mountain range. Probably finding that most of the stuff here is just dumb quirks and whatnot, uninteresting things that have little resemblance of powerful magic. And as most people would, they would avoid the massive chasm that move along here. Bezigatrix will be informed that they're visiting. What is this tower here? If wizards show up, are they gonna be killed on sight? Like, what's the?
That's got to be where Cicatrix's default stance, right? Like, no one's allowed in that tower right now.
There's like,
Yeah.
you got goblins and some people from the Mart and whatnot.
Yeah,
Will someone
I think
magically sends a message to them saying, "Hello, what is this place?" What sort of?
I think that it is very standoffish. It is a fortification, and people are not allowed entry. Like it's not like I don't need random people going in and bring my magic circle. You know.
Who they would of course ask, whose authority makes them rule this place. Because they represent the interests of Imperial Amn and the magical authority of the Cowled Wizards.
Say like the Mark, just like who the fuck? But I mean, they would know who Arm is, but that's so far away.
Like some Mark Lieutenant just like spits in a spittoon, like
What?
come again? Oh yeah, the Dread Mistress for Cicatrix. That's our authority.
What the fuck? Like, they'll be asked what they want from here. Like,
We seek to ensure that there is nothing in these mountains that might threaten our great country. That was a great nation. And that Amn's interests are well served with whatever resources might be available in these mountains.
that's just like a dumbfounded, like, what? Okay. Well, I think, there'll be like basically the explanation that the Mark has been given, which is not everything, but it's like, yeah, there's been a lot of undead influence from under the mountains. This place is a ritual site to limit that effect here. I'm sure they can do some kind of magic and sense that aura. That should not be hard. They can see. I mean, if not, they can see fucking massacred dead like pieces of bone, and
Yeah.
it is a battleground.
Well, there would be a request then to inspect these ruins so they may protect themselves further when they investigate the rest of the mountains. If it is so, then surely they have nothing to fear by showing them.
I think. Oh, see, that's the thing. Like, if other people see the ruins, that are really a problem. But I don't know that. She would trust them.
Well, what would her minions say?
What do people
Like,
do?
Yeah.
given how they seem to embody the paranoia that their mistress does.
I think they like narrow eyes and like. We are here to guarantee the safety of this ritual. Allowing unknown people who could be under the influence of the enemy would be a severe break of security. I'm sure you understand how fragile this kind of magic is.
Then we request your sanctuary in this defensive place while we await the arrival of your master. we would require an explanation for what is going on here. Or we will have to do our own investigations.
Sure. All right. Yeah, if they want, I think you guys they want to talk with the Dark Mistress. Sure, that'll be nice.
We would require an explanation. I love it.
Yeah,
Go
but
get
just
'em.
fucking showing at the other side of the goddamn map.
No, this is their backyard. You don't get it. They, were you to deny them?
Sure, they can put a camp outside. There will be more and more fortifications, or more and more troops arrive.
Oh, sure, they're not threatened. They're the cowled wizards. Their reputation should protect them well enough.
It'd be a shame if they all disappeared here. See, but I can't do that.
Guarantee that they would all disappear here.
No, well, the problem is also that then they would just send more.
Uh-huh. And then On would be upset. And so, yes,
And
more
On
powerful
would be
wizards
upset.
would go.
Yeah.
Does Psychics, I mean, I suppose they would be sent like a runner or...
Yeah. Yeah, imagine if we also moved Am's big fucking clusterfuck over here. That would be great.
I just love the visual of, like, just one day as if he's really curious in the Underdark, she uses the ring to check on, like, where Cicatrix's, like, mood. It's like she's flying to the tower, just fuming over fucking wizards showing up.
Yeah, I was gonna say frothing. It's like she can feel the acid drip on the ground. It's like, oh wow. This sour taste can only mean one thing.
Wizard.
That's a bad taste. Yeah, first thing is to show up. In her, I mean, should she be? She'll be in a drow form. That's her usual diplomacy with lesser beings. At least at first.
Sure, I mean, they have a camp set up like a magically placed pavilion tents, basically.
Yeah, a runner will be sent. They can have a meeting. In the middle between their camp and the fortification.
So, of course, as was required, the wizards will sort of, line up. There's a good 6 of them. They have to tell, really. They've been put in very... They all look sort of the same. They've been given like a robe in like a gray, sort of black brownish color that really covers most of them. It seems to be made so that they don't look individual at all.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly hard for Dragon to pick them apart.
She's imagining picking them apart, but it's a different kind of.
Except for one of them who has his hood down, thus signifying that he is important enough to have individuality.
Yeah. He doesn't have the buzz cut.
That's such a privilege. It's always good when you're a fighter to mark yourself out as the important leader person.
That's what I do.
Smart choice. The drow will come towards him, I suppose. Is it day or night?
Yes.
Night, I suppose.
I suppose, yeah, it would be.
Being a drow is a good enough justification, right?
Yeah. I mean, you imagine like the shadows almost reverberate,
yeah. Each of the cowled wizards has like an orb of light floating behind them, making the long, sort of creepy monk-like shadows happen. Each
Great.
has like various bits and knickknacks. Clearly, they're not like the same training or anything. They each have their own like staff or wand or book or, a lot of different traditions in there. As their leader, we'll step forward to speak to this drow. Do you speak the common tongue?
Yes.
Convenient. Otherwise, we could do this in Draconic. Wish.
Oh, so he knows.
You don't know. As he'll make it clear, we'll say, it is after all the language of magic. Some things are more easily expressed in it.
I'm familiar.
Good.
Yeah, she'll talk Draconic. She's pretty good at it.
Yeah. Very good at it. So is he.
Yeah, let's.
Most wizards study magic in Draconic. One of the magical concepts are more easily conveyed that way.
That's incredible. I did not know that as a player, or yeah, that's. I love that.
Alright. Yeah, as he'll say, then, if you please, as the mistress of this, he gestures to the camps, this place, give me a synopsis of what has occurred in these mountains. We detected a magical event of significance that was strong enough to detect it by our borders in the Chillmister forest. This is not something we can simply allow, and if there are magical resources here, then Arm demands its cut. These mountains were thought to be a worthless, garbage place with nothing and no one of interest in it.
I feel so confident.
We are curious if this has changed.
I mean, I think that much like Velignif, she'll no, okay, well, you want the story, sure. And they'll start with how far should she go? I think a bit of pre-hierarchy fall, you know?
Okay. So,
And
100
then-
years ago, there was this thing called the
Yeah,
Spell
yeah,
Plague.
no, yeah. Imagine, that this
Oh.
being has lived, this long. Yeah, no, she studied in it, of course, and yeah, she'll tell them, about the recent, that it had gotten worse. All her followers, her minions here, were being inhibited and weakened by this effect, and so she set up this ritual site, and the being chose, that is underneath the mountain, chose to use this arcane ritual that she doesn't. I mean, she doesn't know, sadly, to block off all entrances and destroy a lot of her assets.
Yeah, he's clearly disappointed by this information. A lich who just wants to live underground and bother no one, that doesn't seem like a threat to him. Nor does it seem a particularly valuable resource that he could harness for the merchant lords. It's hard to turn liches into money, as it turns out. They mostly cost money.
That ritual would be incredible. Fighting Fae?
Lich to gold.
No. Yeah. She isn't I mean, yeah, that's what's going on.
Yeah.
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 That's not.
Well, I suppose your explanation has been sufficient. My thanks. How much would it be to rent out this location? I could use guides as my further investigations of these parts of the mountains before I move north. I understand that foreign agencies have come to this region, and I would not leave before they do. I want to ensure that they do not find something that could be used to threaten us. I understand you have no familiarity with them, most likely, being a local. It might be helpful to have forces of possible deniability on our side.
Yeah, I think that if a deal can be worked out, they can't enter my tower. But if they want to
see.
set up a semi-permanent camp, she'll help them. That's fine.
I mean, they will want to rent out the tower, though. They want the defended position. They don't want to live in a tent outside. Well, some orcs and goblins and whatnot have the fort. Doesn't seem.
I don't know what I would like.
Otherwise, I'm sure we can find accommodations elsewhere.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? At least if they're here, she can stay here and keep an eye on them.
Where does
Wait.
the paranoia take her?
Yeah, there's so many ways. It's the great thing about paranoia. It leaves you completely stunned because
Elizabeth will step closer and put out a hand. It's gloved, like a velvet green glove. In a low voice, I'm sure the two of us could make some deals that would be profitable for both of us.
yeah, I mean, I'm listening. Secretary's listening. Yeah, hey. Well, can I, like, how the fuck would I know if they're under the influence? I don't think they are. I mean, Count Wizards, can I do like a knowledge check or something? Like, who the fuck are they?
Yeah, give me a history check. That works.
Like, yeah, like, I
Count
need to
Wizards,
know
they're
if
people.
they're like
That's fine.
pushovers or, well, I mean, I guess the Death King can't influence here, which I keep forgetting.
Yeah, not personal.
Yeah, which means that they can't be mindfucked with by him here. Which
Yeah.
again seem to be another reason to keep them here,
Hey,
actually.
give me your history check. Maybe it'll clear something up for you.
Yes. Count
It's
Wizard,
not a
yes.
super, they're a pretty well-known order. Of course, more so than
I was gonna say, I mean,
The Agamites were consulting with them on a question that these earlier posed many years back.
yes.
oh yeah, how to contain litchi bitches. Yeah.
They were somewhat skilled at that.
Nope.
They're from Amn. They have cowls, clearly.
Yeah, they
I think
like
with a
hoods
15,
and gray.
with a 15, you'd know something that they're very influential and powerful in Amn. For some reason,
Okay.
they're like a mage order, and they are numerous, and people generally have a sense of respect for them. You know, historically, they are generally involved in things in Amn. But yeah. For the 15, it's like the most common sort of that anyone.
Yeah. I think that she would, the enemy of my enemy, but also my enemy, like, let me keep you close so I can watch you when you sleep and consider whether I should kill you. I think that, I mean, for payment, she's not gonna just let them stay in her cool tower.
Is this how would 100 gold per man for rooms, board, 2 meals per day?
I think that I want to, as a player, like, look at my tower. It's not like,
Not great.
no. There are no rooms, are there? Like, there's a fucking ritual site, and then there's defenses.
There's like caves that you could make something work, but it's no tavern.
To clarify that, it is again, recently has been taken heavy damage under attack, and might still very well be every now and then, but they can make some accommodations that will at least be better than what our own people are.
Is there a place you would recommend?
Where? In the area?
Around these mountains, where we might investigate.
Sheep! Oh, but it's so good. How do we feel about Thunderhome?
Thunderhome's in lockdown right now.
Yeah.
People don't
these
come in,
guys-
people don't leave.
Yeah.
Big stone doors are sealed to try to deal with the vampire problem and the cult problem.
Yeah. Well, see, I would offer them the eel fort, but also, I don't need them to see my drug trade,
Murder trees.
my murder trees that could benefit them, to some degree. And also, I am so close to the valley. Like, I don't want to be like, yeah, hey, you can stay at my house, and right next to this beautiful valley that's clearly hiding a secret. Yeah, you wanna fucking like. But I think she'll like prod at their intent. Like, are they just gonna fucking turn the mountains over, or are they waiting for a place to sit and wait until they make sure that no one else is finding anything valuable here?
We will investigate. And the guides would make such a thing more easy. Comfort for me is important, the others not so much.
Do you have means of transportation?
We do.
Mr. just looks around. Are there like carts, or are we talking like
Nah, man, they're
magic
just
shit?
walking about. They must be just bringing what they can carry.
Okay. Well, there are mages. What would she do? Don't want them snooping in the valley. This guy's not gonna be satisfied with my ruined tower, I take it.
You could make something work there.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll start here.
It's clear that the
you know.
expectations are low for what you can provide.
Well, which is okay. Like,
you're
they
some
are
sort
like,
of drow warlord of a bunch of orcs. Like,
yeah, this is like a
You know.
barbaric fucking. These mountains suck.
he's gonna
And
he's gonna
let's-
pay you, and you're gonna be his like hireling cohort person who can show him around the mountains.
Sure. Yes, that is. I'll try and find him some guards that aren't goblins. Though, I mean, one of my goblins has an amusing rat on a stick, so,
I shall see to it that you are paid 800 gold pieces of armor. A delightful smile. Slimy smile. That
is he
would suffice.
hustling me?
I mean, it's very good money for room and board, certainly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't.
It's an amount that's meant to impress a barbarian random
Yes.
warlord person,
I mean,
So no, he's not hustling you. It's just-
I think. I mean, I'm a dragon. I'm like, that's a good amount of money for the effort I'm. Well, I mean, some other people than me are expending. Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Good.
She intends to keep eyes on these people.
Yeah. If he accepts, then they will move in and like find some
Sure.
sort of room with a roof. Make it their own.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be a roof.
And
yeah.
the leader here will also inform Secretary that they should have another meeting, discuss further business.
Yeah, sure. I mean, again, I think Vercingetorix will be staying here for a while. So that's fine. I mean, she's perfectly comfortable acting as a brute warlord. She has been a brute warlord at one point.
At some point, he would ask to talk alone without the others. Their minds are too small to really comprehend what's important.
Yes, sure.
So,
Vercingetorix takes that as like her streetwise is like underhand deals.
The Cowled Wizards are a powerful organization. This is something a bit of a real insist. They make sure that only magic that benefits the Lord, the five, the Lords of Amn, is studied, and that all sanctioned wizards of Amn are a member of our great guild. That said, I understand you have no great knowledge of the outside world, and there is more money to be made working for me personally than for the guild itself.
She'll lift. Well, actually, she'll lift where her eyebrow would be, but there is none. Signifying like keep going. Okay.
I am looking at the secrets of it. Clearly, there is something capable of making a powerful emanation of arcane magic. I am to assess it officially and see if it's a troublesome problem for my home country, but I think I would like to study it a little bit further. I represent a group of a group of wizards within Coward Wizards who believe that our ways have stagnated a little. Yeah, the Emerald Conclave. And we are looking, at the moment, I am looking for an ally in this region. Someone who can be trusted to be discreet, and who will, of course, aid well for it. If a couple of my fellow wizards were to disappear on some of our outings, well, that would be truly unfortunate, and a different subset of them might have to be sent from the capital.
Yeah, I mean, Vesigatrix speaks this language. Well, I do not know the specific skill levels of your associates here, but I
It
mean,
varies. If needed, I can handle the disappearances myself, but it would be less messy if locals were doing it. Particularly locals we could easily take revenge upon later. I assume you don't actually care for these people.
well, I do need them in order to be able to extend my power over the mountains.
No. I think in the future all you need is me. With a sly smile. I can certainly bring you these mountains if that is what you desire.
Well, as I suggested, this is a bit of a war zone. Currently, it is a still. It would be a shame if these people were investigating places that might come under attack at one point from this great undead entity. A true shame, of course.
Indeed. If it was found to be a threat to my home country, and the casualties lined up correctly, it might sway things in your favor. Who knows? Perhaps once this threat is dealt with, and whatever power it has been sadly lost to the world, I might stand to gain more at home, which might also benefit you. Rulership of these mountains, the chief post, it could all be yours. All you have to do is serve me loyally and enjoy the payments you receive for service.
I think that Visigatrix is inside, like almost amused, but she has gained skill in, nodding. She fucking sweet talked that stupid giant up there. You know how important tradition was. She'll entertain this. She has many masters, as it turns out. Apparently.
He sees a disfigured drow. His assumptions are probably fled the Underdark due to all the flooding. Came up here, was tough enough to make a band of orcs and ogres and whatnot, and now lives in this ruined, crappy tower. Great. Local boss leader thing. Help them do their thing, and, he's really doing his own thing. The politics of my home are always complicated, always deadly, but always profitable. Someone. In this case, I would hope that it should be me. And, by extension, you.
Visigatrix agrees. Why not?
Yeah. Good. Then we shall begin our forays in the morning. At first, no accidents will happen. Success is an important first step.
Of course, I can guide you to the area which is close to this and surrounding this tower that is safe from the influence of the undead. Well, as safe as any place here.
Beyond that, he wants to know what Visigatrix knows of the rest of the mountain. Like, who's around? Who's important? On his map, this simply says, giants run mountains, and then there's nothing else. Like, nobody cares. So.
I mean, yeah, she'll, like...
The only dragon around here is the mighty and powerful Valignith ruling from the Dragon Fae.
I think, she'll give the base information, basically, that, because she's not gonna fucking be like, oh yeah, there's all these, like, she's gonna be like, hey, this is what you would find on a map, right? Which he could have easily obtained anywhere anyway.
She's gonna play the role of the warlord.
Yeah, for now. Like, she's not,
helpful.
again...
Sure. He will try to position her as his second-hand sort of person. Here.
Sure.
If he needs someone to watch his door at night, then he'll pay her 50 gold to do that.
She's
like
not doing
a
that.
Personal bodyguard sort of person. To make sure that no one interrupts him. Sending spells back home. So you can add like another 100 gold to yourself from like just money you'll sort of earn from doing various minor things. He certainly pays well for what he thinks you are.
Yeah, I mean, free money.
Oh.
I don't like...
Beautiful Amish trade coin.
Yeah.
That gold goes anywhere.
Of course, meanwhile, Visigatrix is doing her own investigation of these guys, I think. She'll be observing them,
Give me an insight roll. I'll tell you some more.
Yeah, like, this is...
In short here.
She's not fucking...
Alright. Yeah. This guy seems to be, I mean, they're all wizards, right?
Yes.
The Cowled Wizards here are of middling talent. As it turns out, anyone in Amn who is a wizard has to be a member of the Cowled Wizards, and when they call you for a job, you just sort of get sent out to do it. Whatever you're doing otherwise, you just sort of have to drop. So they're like a potions master, a couple of like scribes, like it's wildly different levels of talent. But he's certainly the only one that's sort of any real business, right? They're here for numbers. They're here to... Basically, the Cowled Wizards rarely travel in small groups. Just because of this. And any one of them could be great, though it doesn't seem that they are. Yeah, it seems he has his own thing going on. He's clearly ambitious. He's clearly skilled at being a mage in Amn. He would not really be... You'd guess that he maybe is like high heroic tier. He's a mage
Okay.
of some power, but he would not like. There's no, you know, at power level. He's nothing. He knows, of course, that he represents has bigger powers behind him, right? Though it seems like he's playing his own game to do something in Amnish politics. That Vercingetorix probably doesn't care overly much about.
She does not, but I mean, she's not beyond selling him out if he turns out to be trouble.
Oh, yeah, he is competent at doing his research, and if allowed, we'll probably find many of the interesting things that are to look around.
Is
He's
there
a
anything
competent
about Jaffel here down here?
guy. In the south, I mean, not that you know of. I don't think.
Okay. I mean, I.
Who knows?
Well,
Wouldn't it be
again,
exciting if he found something new?
Vercingetorix will be like. I mean, she's hired muscle, right? She's using this time to study him, and like, she certainly doesn't, or didn't used to have at least a lot of arcane understanding. And if he wants to tour around seeming to find important magic resources, I mean, that's okay. That,
For now,
you know what?
now, the time will be spent looking at the various tombs and studying the runes on the lids and how they've been opened, and
Yeah.
doing things that Vercingetorix probably already knows.
Yeah, she'll like he'll
It
like
takes time to do
the horrible earthquake and such. She'll show him some fucking some of the effects of that also. Like
Yeah, he's also curious about the top of the mountains there. 'Cause, one of the mountains is oddly shaped. Piece missing.
yeah, it is.
Some people
oddly shaped
investigated
graph.
some of that before. They Count wizards have been in the region, but generally this is considered like outskirts, out back.
See, yeah, so I will go up there and then he's immediately shut down by fucking arcane giant archer. It's beamed. Yeah, I mean that's a great way to.
Yeah, but this is all going on amongst the adventurers, people who are not maybe adventurer sorts, but know magic are snooping about, acting as if they're part of the defense. With
Yeah.
adventurers here, it's really hard to weed everyone out. It's not like you know who everyone is. And seedy
Well,
sorts
if we know them, then they're probably the important ones.
suddenly find their way in. Yeah,
Yeah, I hope these guys like fish.
sure. They'll eat whatever they're served. It's edible. All right. And then we can hold on.
See, Vercingetorix can be social as long as you pay her. And do stuff that is in her interest.
We're approaching winter, I think, this year. And as we are, there will be a just news traveling down the road of things that happened this year. In the Lord's Alliance, there's been a call to apparently they've had trouble with old elements of the Centaurum, and they're going to do a purge of that, hunting down any elements such. That has apparently been going on. So cue an influx of people retreating from those areas to Westgate, looking for places they can do their evil thieving and scheming that isn't within the Lord's Alliance. This is also one of the biggest things the Lord's Alliance has done, like as a unified force. And it's really helped them band together, because every city-state, sort of part of them, beginning to work together and send people back and forth with various expertise to assist. When someone from Baldur's Gate assists someone in Mithril Hall to the north, that's a nominal victory. It's a long journey for someone to make, and the Sword Coast is becoming a safer place as a result. Banding together. Notice I've marked area board with a yellow border. They're more associated with the Lord's Alliance these days than they are with Fulmer. The small cities nearby could be going in the similar direction. Safety. This new
How's the
That's
Thayan enclave over there?
not good. The Lord's
Great.
Alliance is generally opposed to Thay. Not to the point where they have declared like any official war or anything. I mean, Thay's so far away. But certainly, it is not a place an enclave would want to be anymore, because the rules put upon them are so restrictive that that they can't really do their business. Just because really the Alliance doesn't want them there. Now, Area Board is at the edge, but yeah, the Alliance is certainly opposed to.
Oh, I mean, that is good news.
And they're also, by word, very pro safe like travel over distances. They're for civilizing the countryside, for slaying monsters, and for making sure that trade can flow freely. One of their big things.
I'm not. I mean,
Yeah. Cheap. Is there anything else Velignith would like to get done, either with Carix or with the Cormyrians? Because they're going to stay here to the end of the year, and then they're going to go home to inform of what they have seen. And I want to give you that, the chance for you to interact with these characters.
For the Cormyrians, at least, Velignith wants to make it clear that if he doesn't have to destroy Tizir because they'll just leave, then he will take good care of it. I mean, they were allowed to visit Thunderhome. Disregard the vampires, but he's not all about destruction. But at the same time, I mean, they've seen him interact with Severus. They've seen him take in his favorite. Apparently, he's gonna interact with whoever he pleases. Like he is his own dragon. He's his own faction. He can be maybe not a friend to Cormyr, but he can at least try to be neutral if they don't piss him off. Basically, the ball is in their court. Velignith will swing either way. Tizir is going to be his one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. All right. And what about Carix? Is there anything there to say? Because Carix is just going to be studying Tiamat while he's staying there right now. That seemed to be the way he could go, and there certainly is a lot to learn for him. He hasn't really been taught that by anyone else.
I think he'll just be made aware that there's a ritual involved in officially introducing him to the position. However, there's no time frame on that yet, just so that he is aware.
Okay, of course. If that is required, then he will do it.
Wonderful. But before I've got another dragon, I don't know. I don't know. Basically.
Okay. And right, sure he is John Spearin. Grimwith, you let me know if you want to intercede here with anything.
I'm done for the year, unless I'm interrupted by something.
Right. And certainly not down there, you're not. Good. Yeah. Tigatrix is taking care of Cowled Wizards. I think the year will quietly roll over. Ehrenheim doesn't want to push any further, that much is certainly clear. Slapping him in the face himself and then doing the rituals, he's probably preparing for the next step. But whatever that is, we'll find out here. So let's advance it and pass over winter. You can heal your factions up. I will roll the adventuring die. 10. Even better than before. Makes sense. They are
They don't have to travel far, you know.
they are empowered. Moment.
The adventurer moon is waxing.
Oh yeah. I mean, it can only go down from here, right? Just,
No,
they are
you don't understand adventures. They break the rules.
1d12.
Shit.
Suddenly a 12 is entirely useless to you, but you know.
They are so effective, they are useless. That's adventures.
If the adventurers stay at 10 for 3 years, their die turns into a d12.
Just solidify there. Go and master die. You can use them. You can now already. Use them afterward. For dieting. Yeah. Nope, you're done there for a bit. Yeah. So, news this year. Okay, that's what we've been waiting for. The Red Wizard Enclave in Eriaborn. Well enough guessed there. It closes down. It just isn't profitable for them anymore, given the new laws and regulations put upon them. And so if you want to do business with them, find them in Westgate or in Proscure. Those are still great places to come and trade with them. They're not gonna. Beyond that, in news, there's celebrations in Cormier because they're welcoming a delegation from their long-term allies in Tethir, a place south of Am. Yeah, a small kingdom, if you will, known for its knightly orders. And that is indeed what they're receiving. A collection of knights from many different orders of Tethir have been joined together and sent to Cormier to help them deal with these monstrous hordes and dragon attacks. What better than heroic paladins to come to that aid? Mostly the paladins that have sort of volunteered, or knights that have volunteered for this, are followers of Helm, who is a kind of really a lost power, a god who died trying to stop the spell plague, or the Triad, which is a sort of the joint together worship of Tyr, Lord of Strength, Torm, Lord of Loyalty, or in Ilmata, the Lord of Martyrdom. They've come together. They have gone to Cormier, and though it's not called so yet, in the future they will begin to be known as the Order of the Gauntlet, because their symbol is the hand of Helm. Fist. That they unified themselves around. This might well shake things up for Geralt Severius. These knights are experienced, they're capable, they're good at what they do. Additional force. Another royal wedding between Cormier. When Emizure returns from her trip, she'll be informed that Salasnar has been, he's been working to turn around these people who were infected by apoplectic slime.
Uh-huh.
And he has been partially successful.
Oh.
He's managed to stop their transformation, and he's managed to wash them out to the point where their transparency has begun to lessen. He believes it's possible to fully clean them out, and perhaps even trust them again. Problem once you've been affected by this stuff. Which pleases him. He will also say, probably a little bit of a sideways, that the power of Sylvanas has been growing. He feels the Oak Lord, who has been very split after the spell plague. He basically spent his whole power to protect the domains of most other nature deities in the realms. And it would appear, I mean, both as what Imishiri can say, certainly Melar stands much at his own now, and so does Umberlee, from the look of it, that the Oak Father has more power, more ability to himself as the various deities have begun recovering to the point of acting more independently. This is good. Now gives the druids more capability, even if it's also bound to lead to more strife with others. In that regard, he would like to hear Imishiri's, advice or her opinion as one of the leaders of the Enclave about sending a group of druids off to the High Forest. It is far away, but the recent news of the actions of the Lord Lions made him think, if city-states can join together to protect civilization, why should the druid conclaves of the wilderness not join together to protect the wilderness? The High Forest is known to be full of powerful druids, and it's one of the places that somehow really resisted the spell plague very, very well. It has a lot of magic, and yet it wasn't really affected. He believes there could be, it takes resources away, but it could be great value in connecting with them, trying to learn what they know, and maybe even...
Imishiri Leader absolutely agrees, and as it was Zalazar's idea, and he has been in the forest longer, she supports his personal selections for the team that he would assemble to go do that.
Yeah, that he will get on that. And of course, he doesn't work fast, but then again, it's a long journey, and if you fly as like a bird, I guess it's not insurmountable. But yeah, he will want to send a group to group from the Enclave up there, and perhaps even continuing there. They've reached out their network, and maybe it's time that they begin to actually join up with some people. See who's out there. Do some things, because the Shadowvar shouldn't be allowed to expand. And there's druids in like Cormanthor, maybe even in the furthest edges of Dunwood to the other side of the Sea of Fallen Stars. But High Forest makes a good start.
Most people can agree that Shar is bad,
Yes, that is a common thing. Beyond that, this is something Velignith might notice if he spends any time at home.
On his Earth mode?
Yeah.
Probably not currently. He doesn't really have the... Can't really justify leaving the mountains.
All right. Then he will hear about it later. That apparently through the many Earth modes, a tremor occurred, almost as like an earthquake through each of them, though they are, they're not connected at all with each other. And sort of a long, almost like a groan was heard as this tremble sort of some sort of magical.
Okay, that's worrying. How would he go about investigating that? Because that would be rude if all his Earth modes just suddenly fell down.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it pleases him or not, but he will later in the year hear, and I'll just give to you now, because then you have to spend time on something that matter. Hear news that many of the Earth modes in Airspur or Akinul, Nasi Nation, and elsewhere in the realms, similarly had this quake. It'd be sort of like a global phenomenon, or at least very large range. Meaning
is that better or worse?
That's a question, right? Probably it's not localized to here.
Cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Sounds like a problem for future Velignith.
It sounds like a problem that's a lot bigger. Like, what could do that? Some vacuum in power being I don't fucking know. What's down there again? Who knows?
That's the start of the year. Sort of news reports that you will receive.
Shit.
All right. Going to do a might and sovereignty to renew the policing. See whether I can match quadruple eights.
It's pretty good.
That's 5 might, 3 sovereignty, and 1 extra die from me. It's 9 dice. I got a pair of 9s and triple 4s. Not quite quadruple 8s. I will deduct might by 1.
Anyone else want to police? Or is,
Yes.
then let's get that done.
Might and sovereignty, is that?
Mhm.
Given that Vercigatrix is out in the area, can she be participating in this? I feel like she is.
Sure. If you are, though, you're committing to continuing that for the year.
Well, I will not be here next session.
Fair.
So I thought that might be
Yeah,
a.
sure. Spend your time with the Cow Wizards.
I expect a goddamn thesis on magic shit in these mountains that you know is interesting. Hopefully.
They'll be like, did you know that there's a bunch of dragons who are somehow linked to it?
Yeah, right.
We should find them. Oh no.
Yes,
Actually,
detect dragon
I-
spell. Looks around. Oh,
Yeah. Hey, I
Oh,
mean,
this is awkward.
that's a lot of
Ooh.
yeah.
Harry, will you make a
Ah.
strength check? Please, Harry.
Hmm?
Will you make your policing check, please, Harry?
No, I'm looking at my assets. I need to use my shit.
do you want to police ship
I first. Oh yeah, okay, sure.
while you're figuring it out?
To answer the question, that guy, yes. I'm just waiting for Harry to finish. Although it'll be more of a wizard cat herding role than a policing.
Just trying to stay informed of anything that might be occurring.
Yeah, basically.
Make sure that your way is deciding.
You don't
on.
have to wait for Harry to finish. Like, it's okay.
Yeah.
You can take a policing check.
Yeah, I was contemplating whether I use the forges, but I don't think so, because dropping my territory seems like a bad idea. It's at 2. So just might and sovereignty. Willing will do something else. Double 9s, okay.
Double 9s. Is in effect in the northern mountain. You are aware of copious amounts of adventurers, more than before even,
God.
as well as various wizards moving about doing their thing.
All right, I'll do a roll.
Sure.
6 is participating, and I'm spending 1 essence here.
Okay.
You still got the double 7s, and then the triple 5s.
5. Quite a lot of dice to get away with anything secret. You need it.
All right. Next question I have, Manikai, before I make any rolls. We're allowed to re-add to the defensive fortifications. You noted that. The adventurers, though, that are looking after, like, what was erected in the dam, am I able to, like... Would they be, like, removed if I, like, rebuilt things there? What
Yeah,
would their
I mean,
state be?
If you want to, you want to upgrade basically.
Yeah.
Build more. You could, and then you could like not hire them. I mean, they don't stay around for the good of their hearts. They're being paid.
Right, of course. Okay.
Being adventurers,
Yeah.
they'll run off somewhere else, make trouble.
Yeah, I'll do that then. Treasure influence. Let's see if I can upgrade the dam here. That'll be 8 dice.
We're looking at wow, that is sort of
Yeah,
an upgrade.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god!
Yeah, we'll take a quadruple 9. Sure. Understood. Very good.
All right, no
Oh.
adventures anymore. So
Quadruple 9s and 5, and if you wanted to pay the adventures, it'll be double 10 too. I mean,
No, I'm not rooting adventures with pair of 10s in there. I'm good.
oh, the 9s are
God.
good enough, right?
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I mean, we've seen quadruple 10s like be vomited
Yeah.
up before Thunderhome did it last week.
but it's a tough
happened.
passive defense, you know.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. You might have to attack a couple times to make that happen.
Yeah. Nature itself is twisted and contorted.
Brought to defend itself.
All right. Yes.
Edges of rows of spines and a couple giant eagles and the wilderness there.
Absolutely. That is the power of the Enclave. Not to be confused with the Emerald Conclave. It's different.
Yes,
Yeah.
Emerald Enclave, Emerald Conclave. I amused when I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I
people,
was also amused.
people love emeralds. You know, it's just
It's, you know,
yeah.
I think that it's great.
There we go. Your services at the slightly north of the dam ruins are no longer required.
Oh, now the town becomes a ghost town once more.
Yeah. Trying to vacate out of Worm's Hamlet. Let me see. You know what? It'll be amusing if I end up sending better resources to Versicatrix's tower. But I don't think I fucking know about the Cowled Wizards, so yeah, we're gonna do that. It'll be 1 fewer die. 1 less. That's 8 dice. Let me see if I can improve those there as well.
I don't. Do we? I can't see what the current ones are.
I believe they broke.
What?
Yeah.
They did?
Mhm.
I.
But there was no power to actually break the ritual.
Oh, okay.
Stop that.
So when the fortifications are beaten, then they have to be rebuilt.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that was
they
not.
last.
was not
for.
clear.
They last for until they're broken.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. 7 dice then. Let's see what I can conjure up. 777s
Bam.
as replacement materials get exported across the way and show up at the tower. I will deduct my influence by 1.
Much power. No. The resources are right. I mean, that certainly is formidable defenses on both sides.
Yeah, and the policing rolls are pretty good too. I feel.
Mhm. You feel good about it.
Well, let's see. I'll come back after a week. One big red cross is over here.
That means something did
That
the
is-
road. Let's hope not.
That is the power of Emisore Legion. You're welcome.
Yes. No, they're like, you know,
The next thing
What?
I'll do is export resources up to the giant. I'm just
the
like,
is the equivalent of a draconic fruit basket is on the way back, you know, to
He has fruit.
I heard the equivalent of a draconic fruit basket for green
Yes.
dragon specifically is a pile of stinky mud.
Well, there's some like
yeah.
bodies in it, and it's like really gross, and you'd just die if you eat it.
Yep.
There's some spores in there. No, yeah, that's
Didn't go so well for the last one.
No, that's what Office Derelicts brought Emmy as a gift, and
Oh.
then Emmy killed him. Basically, as a direct consequence, I'm pretty sure.
It
No,
didn't
not
help.
quite, but close
Didn't
enough.
help. He was trying to appeal. He was very bad at it. He was a very unlikable person.
As for something else I would like to do, the Duragar Empire is looking to expand their influence. They're terrible at making friends. They see everyone who's not psionic as beneath them. They're entrenched in their firm superiority. But someone who would be amenable to making trade with them is a Dragon King of Termish, who doesn't mind the ideas of like evil, who really enjoys order and stability. And the Duragar seem to do that in their empire. I think maybe I could. The Dragon King of Termish likes trade. Probably wouldn't mind helping to expand the influence of the Duragar. Like, what does he care about what's beneath the ground? And especially because they may mine things as well. Yeah, I think I will look to work my company on use the company as influence to build connections between the two of them.
Yeah, I don't think there is a. I mean, trying to think of like what are you ruling against here, right? Because they're not going to try to stop you. It's true that is in their interest. I think you're just willing to actually make the introductions, right? It takes some effort. So probably like a difficulty of 2, as in espionage, sort of that's like influence and treasury, just to push them together. Like here, talk. That's true.
Yeah.
They fought some of the same enemies, which is various small dwarven holds here at the things. Suitor's hold right now.
You hate
one.
Golden Hill dwarves? We hate Golden Hill dwarves.
Let's all work together to kill them and take their money, and then
Enslave them.
it's gonna be great.
All right. Treasure and influence has been reduced against a difficulty of 2. That will be 3 to 6 dice. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it gets done.
Oh yeah. And
Very
Guthbeck is very well pleased with this.
Bam.
He wants more legitimacy, and he gets that when foreign powers sort of, appreciate him. And the Duragar, a dragon, they can deal with a dragon. Dragons, don't have to prove their power. So, yeah, they're good with it.
Deducted by another point. All right,
Together.
great.
I mean, they don't have a lot of like real problems to discuss, so it's mostly just trade. Trade is great.
Yeah.
It's making money, Maybe they need magical cats or something.
Great. Okay, I'm done for the moment.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm gonna retire on the overkill that I've done.
Pretty good. All right, marked, and I think that is there anything you could?
I want to live. And that means being very conservative with my resources.
All right. Well, they do say the best defense is a defense, right?
Yeah. The western portion of the Giant Red Mountains is too far away for me to justify being able to help.
Yeah. On a note, for that, how would I go about like? Can I like do a policing role for Thunderdome specifically, or like an espionage? Like I want to be able to help.
You wanna go fight vampires.
Well,
Yeah.
the Cicatrice can't. I committed her.
Yeah.
But like some of my people might. Like again.
Yeah, you can sit
They-
them there as a vampire hunting. That's the thing you can do. You just gotta
Influence plus treasure.
do some espionage, right? To
Influence
get him.
plus
Then if they want to protect themselves, they gotta defend.
As the crafty, skulking marked traverse into Thunderholm, the perfectly defensible bastion of the dwarves, and in no way permeable to outside influence.
Yeah, like
I assume
'cause-
Malignant is okay with that.
Yeah, of course. You want to go hunt vampires? Go.
Yeah.
Look,
Well,
the dragon bought mercenary aid for you.
Yeah, while Ares doing that role, what's the state of the Corberian expedition since Erebor has pulled out of the Lord's Alliance?
Yes, the Comerian expedition is. I'll just answer that first. The Comerian expedition is certainly weakened. They're losing influence here, and the fact that these cities down here are beginning to be more aligned with the Lord's Alliance also kind of means that Comir doesn't have the same. Like, the lands down here never really paid for themselves. Really, it was mostly
Right.
because Comir wanted to protect them from the encroaching shadow. They didn't want like suddenly like a cult to bloom down here. And they were okay with the Lord's Alliance. I mean, they're not a member, and certainly the Lord's Alliance doesn't like. This is far away from their like headquarters in Waterdeep, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're not gonna join Shar, so probably right now has a lot of other things to consider. So probably, I mean, even for Tizir, their influence is being drawn out. Like, they just don't want the situation where they leave Tizir and then Tizir gets burned down. Right?
Yeah.
That's not where they want to be.
That was just a curiosity, considering what the expedition was originally built for. Okay.
Oh yeah, well, its power is waning because it doesn't actually have its purpose is disappeared. You've reabsorbed into Cormyr and Erebor, respectively.
Get that heart goat solved.
All right. Double twos on this.
Yeah,
The
that was
mark.
the same that Valignif rolled.
Yeah.
I don't feel great about it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they don't want to be found out.
What vampire?
Fucking shit. No, they
There's
don't
no-
get found out.
No vampires.
Yeah.
No,
Go in
it's
there,
just
check
us
a couple of
dwarves in
teeth.
here.
I don't see anything
A
weird.
couple of Secretrix's people, and they're like, yeah, no, there was definitely nothing suspicious there. Actually, we think maybe this whole thing is rather overblown, you know? We should not worry about these mountains at all.
She'll pry in their mind later.
Yeah, you are relegated to beekeeping duty for a month.
Yeah. They'll be allocated to somewhere that is protected against like Death King fuckery, you know?
It doesn't take that long. Vampire domination doesn't last forever.
Oh.
It is
Yeah,
effective.
That's not Avaleth slime.
It is effective by just looking into their eyes and then.
So, Manika, like, if I, like, how do we throw them out? Would, like, a successful roll be enough? Like, what is the...
Yeah. They're there, basically an enabling thing. They don't have to infiltrate. They already did the infiltration.
Okay.
If it was a faction, I would put a little tag on them that said infiltrated by vampires. And from in there, they basically do stuff to destroy the Dragonfane's sovereignty.
Okay. Well, I'll try again.
All right. Yeah.
Do
'Cause-
it.
Do it. Roll more twos.
There
Hey!
you go.
I mean, with enough twos.
Double seven to double one.
You rolled like quintuple twos, that would still mean something.
Yeah.
So fast.
That
All
is,
right.
not
yo!
it. You managed to corner, and your forces report that yes, they found a vampire and a small cult of like worshippers in a way, like people who thought that maybe this was for the best, you know, to the future was on the other side. You know, they all got purged, of course, but yeah, it was a growing problem.
Great.
But
Is-
yeah, it's staked and put out in the sun or something.
Yeah.
It was for the best.
Yeah.
It's dealt with.
Yippee!
Great. I feel great. Of course, cult bodies can be turned into gold by feeding them to murderous trees.
Just fucking take the bodies of the dead dwarves out of Thunderhome and export them.
We need to investigate and then like put them into the mulch and then spread them out.
Yeah, that's probably seen as a bad deal, huh? Sure. They'll but they're cultists. Like, what are they gonna do with them? Throw them in a tunnel so the Death King can have them?
They will dominate us. They will be buried in their family tombs.
Fine. Whatever, I'll see them later on the battlefield.
Yeah, probably. You know,
Waste of good bodies.
that's what the Death King feels. Look at what you have in common.
Yeah, I've been making this argument for so long.
You know, no, I never had anything against the Death King.
We are not
like
so
until he started
different, you
fucking
and
with my
I.
people. You know, like I don't fucking Like, you want to rule the giants? Sure. Who gives a shit? There's like one of them here.
Wants to rule the world. That's different.
Wants
Yeah,
the stone
I
giants
mean-
to rule everything else. So
Sure. Valignif wants all dragons to rule. Like, they can, like...
I feel like you're more in line with that.
Sure, yeah, but I think Vesigatrix doesn't actually think that he'll be able to rule the entire world. Like,
Hmm.
there's a lot of forces in the world
Hmm.
that are not her that could deal with that problem.
A philosophical difference.
You know? It's like, yeah,
All right.
Well, I mean, she hasn't attempted to approach the Death King to converse. Most she's done is make rituals to imprison him, which he certainly feels like is as an offensive.
well, maybe he shouldn't have fucking sent my shit
Sure.
crashing down.
All right. What else do we have this session?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, since they're airy, how you want to use your forces, right? If you're not here next session, then we can probably assume that there's going to be more stuff with Kieranheim doing things. Eventually, it's slightly awkward, but that's how.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, like, I don't want to expend all my resources now and then be like, well,
then have
because I'm
problems,
not
yeah.
there
That
next
makes
time, I
sense,
can't
that
be
makes sense.
attacked.
No, that-
Right? Like,
it's-
I think that I have to keep some resources, so it makes sense
yeah,
that,
you know what?
like,
We can just throw down a bit now. How about that? Because things are going to
Sure.
happen out in the sea, but I feel like we should do some of that. Maybe when. Yeah, because Valignith wants to defend himself because he is worried that Thunderhome is going to be under threat, and that's a very valid thing because it is. So.
yeah.
Let's see the first attack here. They are attacking his territory. As a host of mummies will.
Holy
show up.
mother of God.
That is double 10s, double 8s, double 7s.
Well, counterattacking, if you get anything that's a triple, would swat that
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, that's the only way.
And of course, the adventurer die up there, the 10.
Yeah, counterattack. Okay. Valignif himself's gonna participate, of course. Might and treasure would put me at 8 dice. That is competent, although not the 10 I'd like to reach. But I also don't want to sacrifice my territory or sovereignty, so 8 dice it is.
Well,
Yeah.
if you participated, it would be...
Yeah, it would be 7 plus 1 from Valignif.
Oh, okay, treasure. Yeah, sorry.
So, it's double freeze.
Eh.
Not
Failure.
gonna do anything.
You try to defend, but you will take your damage to territory.
Wonderful.
Their forces overrun the first line of defense. It is, however, not going to end there. There's more of them.
I appreciate the token trembling there as Mana like temporarily selects it. Just,
As they will attack with the same goal.
God fucking shit.
Triple 9. Okay, yeah, they succeed.
Okay, no defense.
I mean,
What?
how?
He has, like, fucking goddamn maximum dice every time.
well, yeah, we went over that last session, of course. That's a region that he can personally extend his influence into.
Fucking shit.
Good news that if you lose Thunderhome, the Dragonfane is secured by the
Safe.
ritual.
Yeah, hey.
Under whom's lust? Yeah, I mean that means that they have to evacuate.
Alright. Dragonfane is now down to taking permanent territory losses if they get hit again on that.
Yeah, which I mean, smart move from side. That's what they'll do. They attack to take Thunder home, and they will not go home without it. As the defense have been battered and bruised. you can of course use your other things to boost various other stats if you want. So,
I'm gonna try and boost my might here.
Okay.
Sovereignty and territory.
Were you gonna try and boost your territory in any way, Sheep? And take another hit on a stat instead?
build fortifications.
I mean, if I do, at least I don't take permanent territory damage, right? Because I
Right.
won't be at 0 anymore.
Yeah, you'd be at 2-1 instead of 2-2.
Yeah, I'm thinking I gotta pull on some strings here.
If you're not going to use your influence, although
Yeah.
you might want to use that for unconventional warfare defense, you can like call in like favors to get like defenses built in your territory in Thunderhome.
Yeah, I have to. I mean, I'm looking at my stats and I realize that none of them are. All of them have a use potentially, like influence to combat those stupid vampires. Obviously, sovereignty to just have. But yeah, we gotta call in some favors here. So try to use influence and sovereignty to boost my territory a bit.
We'd all be in the same situation, getting bashed by this fucking company.
That is a no.
Oof.
Let's try that again. 2, 4, 6. That is 5 now. That is also
Oh
no.
no,
Okay.
Red Dread doesn't seem so dreadful right now.
It's I'm dreading things in general.
So Vargo, at the Well of Dragons, like, can't give you things on credit.
Well, he has to protect the well from the Shadowvar.
I'm so occupied up here.
Yeah. I mean, they're gonna keep coming.
God, shit.
10s,
You can-
5s, 2s, and 1s.
Yeah, you could counterattack, like as well, Airy. Although
Yeah.
that would be your might and treasure.
Yeah.
I mean, I might as well, right? Like rolling a triple is plausible.
Plausible.
Especially with the adventure die, I'll have 7. You know what? Yeah. If I say yeah enough, it'll seem like a good idea at some point.
Counterattack.
You could have Airy swing first. If she succeeds in the counterattack, you don't actually have to spend any of your resources, Sheep.
Sure,
If
Harry
that's something
wants
that
to.
Airy wants to do.
I only have 5 dice, but I'll take a.
And it's possible to roll a triple with 5 dice. Or double 10, that would be enough because you could get adventures.
Hey, I mean, you could also both defend, right? And then
You could.
both delete enemy dice until they are done.
Yeah, but there's double 10, double 5, double 2, double 1.
True.
The 4 pairs do make it difficult to delete the pairs.
Yeah.
It is so many pairs.
Nope.
No, I mean, statistically speaking, counterattacking
Can't do
is the only thing that can actually do anything. And
well,
I will.
tried, and that didn't work.
Double 4. No.
Wow.
All right.
Yep, that's permanent.
Thunderhome is
territory
lost.
damage.
Like,
Oh no.
overlay there.
Maybe I should just go to Savrius and be like, hey, you want the Fane? It's yours now. It's your problem.
Take it from my cold dead hands.
I'm going north. I'm gonna see in which cold hell Remenfir disappeared into.
But is the Shadow Mage? He's liking this. Why
What?
is
No, he doesn't
moving
want
up?
to stay there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Why would the living individual want to...
He's not friends with this guy. Yeah. As this overrun basically moves in, refugees from Thunderhome will move to like Elversalt and Priya Pearl, and the news sort of spreads across the coast here that things are bad down there. Like something, the dead harried them and sent them out of their homes. A scary thing to deal with. Now this leaves sort of a lot of the Just protected places, though. But Kernheim knows what it needs to do. We have a plan. So it's going to be south into the southern tribes. That's the next goal. They struck north. Now it is time.
Makes sense. Even if it is protected by the ritual, he still has many minions that can go get them.
Yeah.
I mean, and policing.
Yes, your police officers spot the terrible things.
An army of undead. Oh lord.
They're going to forcibly recruit more.
They will attack Vercingetorix's territory.
What is
Territory.
this? 99333.
Let's see here. It's a territory attack. You could defend using might and territory.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to try.
You do get 7 dice, so not nothing.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Vercingetorix is here.
That makes sense.
If only your aquatic ambushers could help you here in the fucking
No,
mountains.
I fucking. Most of my assets are absolutely assets are absolutely useless in
Hags, tell me about the hell that is coming.
Tell me about the Death King. He's like, wow, he's a real bad deal, man. Fuck that guy.
Why are you fucking
I-
fighting him?
I knew that. That will not do it.
Nothing can beat the nines.
Take your damage and use
Minor territory, because that's what defense is used for.
If I attack Thunderholm, I get to use my siege behemoth though.
You're right. All part of your cunning scheme.
If I plan all along,
That's...
give him fortifications to attack.
trap.
The grand intelligence there.
I feel like I should push these cowled wizards in front of those zombies.
They are not. They're not gonna. Well, we'll see. They're not really fighting for the southern tribes, at least.
No. At least, again, just confirming the fucking information here.
That's another attack. Double threes.
Fuck. Yeah, which would not be a problem, like, if I hadn't just lost the 2 stats that I need to defend. Which brings me to goddamn 5 dice. Eesh.
I hear you.
As more undead giants and dwarves, for that matter. Across the tribes, making
Yeah.
some flee and others banished.
Counterattacking is what?
Might and treasure.
Oh, mine treasure. Yeah, that's not better for me. Yeah, I mean, I only have 5 dice, so...
Viewers, here's an example 55-ish sessions in where our smaller companies can't just immediately dogpile and destroy a bigger company. We found a match.
Oh, whew!
Defend
No! Go away!
successfully.
Shit. I'm hurting! Ugh. I don't like it. Make it stop!
How? How does one stop?
I don't know! Parlay? I mean, at least he's getting
He'll try
slightly
again.
fewer dice.
Triple 3.
More? God,
More 3s.
shit. Triple 3s.
Undead
Okay.
waves continue to wash over the tribes. I think they're just fighting like to the way. Like these local cult wizards, they're going to stay at this this secure tower. You know, observe this from a distance.
Goddamn fucking useless.
No, it's not their fight.
Well, I mean, there's been known expenses in keeping this place safe, so I'm gonna need the rent is gonna be the power bill. Yeah, it's gonna be a substantial increase.
As like your minions rapidly work with like the Emerald
Fucking
Enclave to
die
rebuild
like
the tower.
flies. Yeah, I'm gonna need something else to defend this place.
Someone
then,
installed
you
a
know.
bear in my room.
Oh shit.
Nope.
Yeah. What?
Do you want to defend, or just want to take it on the chin?
God, I have 4 dice. Trying to figure out whether I should.
No, I don't think I would. I would take that
Oh,
defense.
Yeah, I can't do it. Like
I think you just
Yeah.
absorbed that one.
I can't take it. No. Yeah, I'll fucking take it.
Withdraw a bit. All right. Well, really getting down here. And he can't.
Yeah,
and he can't.
must be
and
tough.
he can't personally be part of it, but they'll try anyway.
God,
Double 8,
fucking
double 2.
ass.
Striking more territory, more forces trying to push away the living. It was the land of the dead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they'll happen.
All right. Then they will try to manifest it and actually take it over. No. Oh well. And they will need a little moment here to gather some forces. No.
God damn it.
Well, they're being somewhat spent, but it is such a chance, right?
I am going to use treasury and sovereignty to increase my might. Gotta hire some adventurers. To be 5 dice. Gets done. Jesus!
Very done.
Okay.
So many 9s.
Oh,
Alright.
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna work to like actually like defend you to prevent any permanent territory loss. That is within my purview.
Speaking of territory loss, I think actually attacking Thunderhome is not a bad idea.
All right.
Go for it. In this lull as Karenheim gathers power and the Enclave gathers power, you show
Yeah,
up.
they are busy down in the south. They think they've got Villigny on the ropes here, but joke's on them. He doesn't know what a rope is.
About spat out my wine.
He doesn't care about it. He'll burn the rope.
He doesn't know what.
Yeah, joke's on them. He's stupid.
Uh, what's his plan along? Get them somewhere where they feel safe, but in truth they are stuck. So to attack, he's got 5 dice himself, which is 6, and he will absolutely use the defenses against them with Siege Behemoths, which puts him to 8 dice.
Right, the mummies have never faced siege behemoths before.
Yeah,
At the current
they
stage,
are a secret weapon because they never find use, so nobody knows about
they
them.
too have 8 dice, so
Wonderful.
this straight up slugfest.
Double 9.
You could make use of the
Defend.
adventures there. Okay.
That is a
You don't need
double
to.
2.
Great.
Yes, you
That's a
do
success.
push them.
Push them right into their territory.
Hmm.
And we're going to do that again. Because now we both have 7 dice, I assume.
Uh,
They would have 6
They
because
have
they
less.
attempted to defend and failed.
Oh, right. Okay, that's even better.
When you attempt that action,
Uh,
you still lose.
8, 2.
They'll try to counterattack. A little bit better than
Higher
Double 10?
adventures!
I mean, there's so many adventures about, and they would actually help me in this case. So yeah, I'll do that
All right.
if I can
Yeah,
do that
you-
retroactively.
You can, but you have to acknowledge the price that comes with using adventurers.
No price is too high currently.
Okay.
That's exactly what adventurers want to hear. No price is too high.
Yeah.
Bam.
Then you do. Though they're not at 0 permanent territory, that doesn't really make sense for them to go there because they just took this. You can. This will be liberated from them. Oh. No, it's put under the. We'll leave it unmarked right now, because adventurers will find their way to it. You know what? Welcome to the adventuring realm.
Welcome to the Winds 4 now. 4 wins for adventurers.
Adventurous.
Bad news. Now the adventurers have the fortification sheet.
You know what? I'll allow it.
Tell them about the silver mine!
Big treasure.
Big treasure! There's legends!
All right, yeah. Adventurers settle about these places. Which means, of course, that Kieran will have to attack them in the future if it wants to take it back.
I'm sure he doesn't care about that.
Adventurers are fierce. They don't like when people take stuff from them.
No. Like dwarves. He didn't care about that.
All right, yeah. You pushed him back. Do you want to continue? There's the City of the
I
Dead.
mean,
There's still
now
the
that
Southern Goblins Fort. You know.
I can only attack places where I can actually use the Seek Behemoths.
I mean, the Southern Goblin Fort with the Hobgoblins is still
you
under
could go
control
for
of
it,
Kieranheim.
You could.
Of course.
I'd say it's fair enough for the mine too. The thing is built by dwarves, and it's
True. All right. How
Seek
many dice do I
Behemoths!
have? 2, 4, 6. 6 dice. 6 dice is reasonable. 6 dice is reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, funding so many adventurers right now. All of them
Yes.
displaced and out of a job.
6.
both trying to counterattack.
He does.
You can take an extra slash to your.
All right. Well, we're at my 0 then. Wonderful.
Yeah, well,
Your might
there's
consists
nothing.
of
There's nothing he
dragons.
can actively attack of you because what you have is defended, so he can't use his asset. Without which he doesn't have that much offensive power left. If you wanted to
Well.
weather and survive, seems like
Yeah, I would like to do that.
making it for another round. Yeah, the Dragonfane, to give that a little bit more focus, the Dragonfane now would be like teaming with the dwarves, right? Before the dwarves, there was always been some disloyalty and whatnot. But not now. Undead invaded and smashed up their homes and came through tunnels that weren't supposed to go anywhere, and like stone jets warped into the places and broke their siege. Like, dwarves don't take loss well. And I'm gonna Sheep, could you? It's a bad time, right? But I'd let you do a like a rise in stature, like a culture roll here to see if you can seize this dwarven fanaticism to maybe permanently increase the cohesion of your faction. Because certainly there's nothing like doing that like a common enemy.
So you have no territory to make it this test, and treasure would be the other stat. It's 1 die. Would you like to roll 1 die to see what you can get a pair to increase your sovereignty?
Give you +1 for the circumstance.
Oh.
I mean, Valigna himself would of course be involved.
Would you like to roll 3 dice in the hopes that you get better sovereignty?
I suppose you
But
could
you're still
use-
testing it.
You could use influence sovereignty to increase your treasure, but
Yeah, I mean, that would be 4 dice to increase treasure.
If you succeeded, you just failed 2 influence rolls
fair.
to increase something.
3 dice could be a pair.
I'll try to get some money with influence first. I've got 4 dice on that. I'm feeling lucky. At some point in the past, I did say I was never going to roll 4 dice because it just didn't work. But I was right.
Right.
All right. Then it's treasure plus territory plus 1 incident plus Valigna, which is 3. Huh. Who knew that didn't work?
It's too depressing.
The adventurers increase. Fuck.
Incorporate them. Dragon Fane Adventures.
Yeah, no, that didn't work. I'm spent.
If you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn, I can't figure out a... Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna use unconventional warfare here against Cairnheim. Silvermine has been taken over, which means that it's not owned by Valigna for Thunderhome, which means that my agents can work on collapsing it on top of the undead. And that's going to be my method of attack here with this.
All right.
I'm going to look to damage the territory that has been taken, that Silvermine, by working to collapse it in unconventional warfare. Is that an acceptable argument?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
gonna be-
sort of earth magic.
Yeah, Earth Magic. That's 5 might, 2 influence, and then I have my Sinister Operatives. So that will be 9 dice.
Tummy diggers.
My Tunnel Diggers. Pair 8s and pair 1s.
Here, how to defend against this again. They are somewhat spent already. Information of might and sovereignty. Of sovereignty is obviously. They will try. They'll try to stop you. Oh, could they possibly? No. You'll get to do it. Damage their territory 1.
Okay.
As parts of the cave just collapse. Crashing
All
down.
right. I can't think of another argument that I would use to continue attacking their territory, guys. If you have one, by all means, spitball it at me. Is the only unconventional warfare attacks I can think of from here are might.
Yeah, most of his relevant territory is underground, which we don't really have.
Exactly. Like, I can't do that. I just did the Silver Mine, and the Hobgoblin Fort's too far away for me to make a justification for. Any passageways that I collapse on undead is more like an attack on their might, rather than an attack on their territory.
Permanent decreasing their might wouldn't be terrible either.
No, it would not be, but it wouldn't get us any closer to, like, permanently damaging. Although, who knows what the might is at in relation to territory. It's a mystery. All right, that's going to be a no from either of them. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to send the operatives, the Sinister operatives, to target Might, going to pick on Stone Giants and the other living minions that the Death King treasures, rather than like the actual undead hordes themselves.
Hard to come by. Assassinations
Yes, assassinations.
would make him angry.
Yes, provoke. I will not increase any of my stats. Yeah, my influence is rubbish.
It would be with,
5.
with the goal here to damage Might, yeah?
Yeah, to
Influence
damage
could
Might.
also work with that same argument.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and have it be Might, though.
Alright.
Alright, that'll be 8 dice. Pair of 7s and a pair of 4s.
We'll I temporarily watch that.
Okay.
Doesn't have the influence to easily defend against them. Did you
Or
find
Might.
some of these giants and just destroy them? Like, break them? Of course, it's a even for operatives, it's a bit of a struggle. Really hard to
Right.
destroy. But when isolated,
I'm going to go ahead and make that attack again, now looking to collapse above ground passageways on traveling undead hordes. As like sneaky were-rats, like weaken like bits of like the wall and then send it like piling over to crush like zombies and mummies.
Yeah.
That will be that many dice now. Yes. Just want to make sure. That's 4 might, 1 influence, that's 5. Then I have my assets, that's 7 dice. Adventures.
well, of course. That slight pause and a sputter. They'll save me. They'll do it. It's all good. The adventurers, yeah, I mean that drives them to win.
Yeah, I have no. The Emerald Enclave has no problem like
Right,
guiding and
sick.
paying adventurers to fight undead.
No.
There. I'll go ahead and deduct might by another point. I'm going to use territory and sovereignty to see whether I can increase might. That's 6 dice. Gets done. Gets done again. Territory will go down by 1. Sovereignty will go down by 1. Might will go up by 2. All right. I'm going to keep persisting in that. Keep sneakily destroying these mindless, foolish creatures that are just stumbling around the above ground, heading after southern tribes and milling about around the silver mine.
Yeah.
Reach. Okay. So that puts me
See.
back at 8 dice.
Love dice.
That's a pair of 8s and a pair of 4s.
You reduce their might more. They are now at temporary 0.
Okay. This will be at 7 dice then. A pair of 10s.
They're 10s. Use-
Okay.
Yes.
They're trying to defend, but there's just, I mean, turns out guerrilla warfare is pretty good because most of these undead are not very smart.
Yeah.
Though that said, this might be the point where the Death King himself begins to take the field to potentially stop you. This
Yep.
point.
And that 100% is the time where the cowardly were-rats flee.
This is he has important things to do underground, but not as important as survival.
There we go.
All right,
Hopefully
yeah.
that will-
His faction is now weaker.
There we go. No,
Well
since,
done.
since the tombs have been raided,
Oh,
Yeah.
woo!
as Malachi said, the primary reason for that big circle was the might. You actually see the giants red mountains down there. Good. All right. I'm well and good. Emerald Enclave has committed enough this year. They're pulling back.
The same size as the Enclave. Look at that.
There'll be no more giant attacks. At least not against the faction level stuff. Who knows? We might try to assassinate you. But
Yeah, all those adventurers, you know.
A lot of them. Somehow we ended up here. So many adventurers.
Good work, Adventure Dive 10.
Symbolizes something.
Well, folks.
Yeah. I think, yeah.
So, what are you expecting the map to look like, Ari, when you come back to us?
It's completely different. It's a new campaign.
Yeah. You know, I think next time I'll play like a ranger, maybe.
Yeah.
Druid. No. I mean, hoping that Cormier will finally leave here.
I don't think they have any incentive to. What, is Valignith going to come get them?
Like, I mean, I have like just go deal with the stuff at home, you know.
They have to protect all the refugees that have come in
I know.
now.
Oh no. Oh. Oh, I mean, dwarves are capable. They can protect themselves. Not
Clearly.
against undead, though. Cormier's gonna put his presence in the Giant Sun Mountain. No! Ah! Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hope that we will not lose more ground, though. I mean,
Well, I don't expect us to, like, go rocketing off into the galaxy, so
Yeah.
company-wide faction, we're not going to see another problem, especially after the damage they've taken. But on a personal level, there's no guarantee, like,
I
what
was gonna say,
personal combat may arise.
Malachi mentioned troubles in the Warders, so
Good.
The things about losing like this territory is that it can be retaken. Compared to them now has lost might, which is not so easily regained.
yeah.
Good work, team. Our three companies together. We found a way to survive. The Dragon Fane says, looking at itself.
Barely, you know, fucking scraping by.
They fought. There's a few unlucky rolls in between.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have gone differently, like either way, I think.
Yeah.
The fucking just
It's a,
like 10
football
dice.
match of 1-1, it would appear. There was a scoring on both sides, but now adventurers are doing things. I have to figure out what that means, but
Yeah, I'm looking forward to those complications.
it's the the downside that someone tries to play Kingmaker. Maybe it could be a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing. Who knows? It's adventurous. They could go really either way.
Well, even if they start a company,
It's
it's
small,
not gonna
medium
be.
sized.
Yeah, exactly. Like we'll fucking adapt. Like I'll fucking annex.
What do you mean? You don't feel threatened
adventurers.
by the Church of Bane?
No.
In your weakened condition, maybe you
I
should
mean,
be.
currently,
Hmm.
yeah.
With a territory score of 0, effectively. If they just
Yeah.
like walked in and took the eel fort from you.
All drained. Now there is no
Yeah,
bridge there, so it's hard to get to the Eel Fort. But
it is.
anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah, wait, visits appear. Shiba, also, I made you own Yenka. I feel like she's enough of your lieutenant now that there.
Okay.
You want to employ her at some point or something.
Ooh, she got stats, yeah.
Send her to Severius. You are my
No.
envoy.
She is too valuable. Also, be actually needed for the ritual.
Shit. Perhaps next week I'll be the one who lives in the mountains as the horrible aberrant creatures from the water come like eat the forest, and I just flee like across the shining place.
Fortunately, the Emerald Enclave has all their defenses ready.
Yeah, they built fortresses in the mountains.
We'll know they're
Yeah, come
coming.
back and the rings around the southern tribes is like green. Like, wait a
What do you
minute.
mean?
Oh,
Yeah, good times. And had a lot of role play. Had a lot of Vercingetorix slumming it as some sort of warlord. I don't know whether that ruse is still in effect.
Well, the
I think that
warlord went
ruse is
out
still
to
in
fight.
effect.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, they certainly weren't around when she left.
Okay.
It's pretty clear what's happening now. Undead monstrosity. I mean, it's not vague. Certainly, no one's thinking about going to a random collapsed place in a valley.
Good.
All this going on.
There you go. The secrets of Yaffle are hidden.
yeah, I feel so confident.
While somewhere the Death King is saying, "Is this what you wanted?"
Yeah, which means that this was the correct step, like in response to that whole like magical, like attracting
Yeah.
attention to everyone. Now everyone can see what's here.
Yeah, I wanted to throw them out, but I was like, then there's just gonna come more. It's just, we're like, clearly they want to hide something. Blah, blah, blah. And I know. No, sure. You want to fucking see what's going on here? Sure. Have a go.
We've had mixed results with throwing wizards out who want to see more. More
Yeah,
of them
you
just
know?
keep coming.
Like, this is a shitty
That was,
place. Like, yeah, you want to fucking stay in the Ghoul Hotel? Sure.
That was a certain Imaskari wizard at the very beginning of the campaign, where his
Sure.
tower trembled by ogres because Jonas didn't like the look of him.
Yep.
The poor guy.
Fucking wizards, who knows they made. We gotta get him
Can't
out of here.
trust
I never
wizards.
trust
They're
a
all
wizard.
scheming, backstabbing.
Says the backstabbing dragons. I don't trust a wizard. Guess blue dragons are not as backstabby, really.
Yeah, I hope you're all entertained by the game. I hope it's not doesn't feel too defeating, especially to fight something that is, an epic tier threat.
No, we didn't have to have this fight. We chose this in our own various forms.
It certainly does reminisce a little bit back when the hierarchy was first antagonized. A powerful thing showing up.
Mhm.
It's like one dude shows
Somehow.
up and he's like, "You suck," and you're like, "No, you suck. Fuck you. Why are you here?" And then like you turns out they're the fucking emperor of like a giant country. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, the thing about the hierarchy is that when we fought it, little did we know how thoroughly corroded and decayed it was by the Undead Stone Giants' influence. We need the Red Banner host up here. Help us.
You know, they've been here before.
Yeah, no, and I'm committed to continue to follow this path unless the Fane is lost. If the Dragon Fane's actually lost, I abandon the mountains as a company force.
Yeah, I mean
I
that
will too,
Yeah.
whether I want to or not.
If a Sigurd dives into a hole and is never seen again.
Well, I wouldn't go that far as to never be seen again. Like, we still have a campaign to go. It's just fuck those
No.
mountains.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned on that topic, I think the factions are sort of maybe not optional, but the campaign can certainly continue if like Villigan's faction were lost. He can just go somewhere else and plot revenge.
As a Paragon, there was a lot more reliance on them, because as Paragons, there was this feeling that there were some threats you couldn't defeat alone, that you had to have a faction to tackle. As an epic tier character, I feel like, even at least when I look at it in my planning, it's somewhat flipped around. Most things your faction could do, you could probably also approach doing by yourself, like by all of you going and actively doing the thing. There's some majestic battles you could have, 3 epic dragons against a bunch of crap, right? But Yeah.
We just push Velignif in there with his new dragon breath thing. Oh no, they're all minions. Well, never mind.
Yeah, they have to be meaningful enough.
Yeah, they have to be non-minions. They have to be
they're
non-minions.
too weak. Retreat.
Ah, yeah.
Uh,
Fodder.
It's also a situation that any of us could survive the loss of the company, because
Yeah.
it'd be a setback, but like if a dragon like suffers a setback, like losing their kingdom or whatever, they can still fuck off and go with their horde and live and plot vengeance or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, if I lost the mark, I would go fucking Bully Cassell, probably.
Become a shadow thief, night mask, whatever.
No, like what? Like
Yeah.
I beat her. What? Like I beat like those two people. Like I'm pretty sure I can beat her.
Yeah, I mean, Seth Eston is over there, hanging out.
You know?
Yeah, they're powerful people here who are not lost without an actual fight.
Yeah.
I think if Velignif lost the Fane, he'd like take up an internship under Engelspark. Just be like, hey, just tell me what to do. Just let me attack things. Thank
Oh,
you.
man.
Yeah, I have a lot
Engelspark
of
would
rage
love that.
pent up. I need you to point
Like,
at
you know what?
something that needs to be burnt.
Come hang out with my fire giants. Matching color, I like that. You know,
Mm,
build a nice temple.
I will take you under my wing for a period of tutelage to help you recover from this loss.
you know what? It's better than Severus's tutelage, which is like steal your treasure and then tell you how weak you are.
He'll also motivate you to become stronger by killing whoever's doing
Uh-huh.
the worst. You know?
Yeah.
As for me, if my company is lost, I don't know. That reflects poorly upon the fate of the world in this region.
Yeah.
Golfmere goes.
I mean,
If the force of nature to protect this world is gone, that's all we do. Protect this world.
hey,
And to be fair,
I
you've been
am-
fighting undead, which is, I mean, it's
Yep.
hard to argue.
This is all propaganda here. I fight aberrations, I fight
Yeah.
undead. Then when I hit the grand betrayal at the end of the campaign, you'll never see it coming.
What?
I'm just saying, you know, I've met another emerald entity, and I know which one is my favorite. That's
What's your favorite emerald?
Severin Enclave. They're actually useful. These other guys, you know.
So, what do you think we might cover next week, Manikai? Courtesy of Ares' absence.
Yeah. I mean, of course, always it depends a little bit on you guys, right? If you have something you
Sure.
really wanna approach, diplomacy or something, we'll probably do that. We're gonna, I mean, take it easy as we usually do when there's a player missing. We don't want to go through another year of suddenly, Ares faction just doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We might look into that. I assume there's going to be some talking with various dragons. That seems to be still going on. You know what's going to happen with Carix here and with Corsovel and Valnarix up there.
Need another red
Um,
dragon too.
Beyond that, there might be more dragons doing things about.
Yeah. Dragon opportunities, it sounds like galore. The thing Sheep wanted when he built the dragon fight. Dragons, dragons, dragons.
So that's probably something I would anticipate. And then, well, it really depends on how things go. We might have a bit of a thing with figuring out what some of the other epic tier dangers in this realm.
Oh. Great.
Because
oh,
I mean, you
more
know,
more epic tier threats. Right,
this
yeah.
mountain threat really is isolated to here, right? It's not like all the other people is going to wait for that to be
No,
convenient or something.
I don't give a shit.
They're doing their own things. But nobody, like, again, escalating to this level of sort of open battle is rarely what these factions are looking to do. Otherwise, they would have done it by now, right?
I get you. Okay. I will prepare myself for that. For dragon diplomacy next session. Primarily conducted by Sheep.
For dragons. Next time.
Right. Next Friday, dragons. You bought the whole dragon, but you're only going to need the dragon.
Dragon.
The Dragon
Mm,
Coast.
On
Dragon
Dragons
Ball
of the Dragon.
Dragging out the end of the session.
Oh,
Hey!
how you're
Gotcha.
doing it. Didn't expect that from you,
I
Grimace, but
approve.
I'll take it.
I've never liked you more.
I feel dirty now. I'm hanging out.
All right,
Ah,
stream viewers and recording. I'm gonna end it here and say thank you for taking part. I hope you were entertained as well, and hopefully we'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.